Guys, Veggie Game, we're back and we're back to Prison of Azkaban, the book review, the final episode, guys. Very, very excited. Who would have thunk it, guys? We're actually through the third book in the series. Need to get my blooming time turner on. Very interesting information about the time turner at the end of this chapter, guys, which we will be covering. Because today is one chapter, which I know is a bit different, guys, but we have a lot to discuss afterwards. And so obviously we have the usual book review, which takes up a lot of the video anyway. But also I got to give my favourite character of the book and what else did we do? Oh yes, the poll as well. So basically, guys, on the Patreon, I should explain this to people who aren't on the Patreon, actually. On the Patreon, at the end of these books, I basically put out a poll of different things that happened in the book that weren't in the movie. And basically, you vote on the ones which you would have most wanted to be in the movies. You know what I mean? And so you can select multiple ones. It's not like you can just pick one, because I think there's like 18 options or something this time. From what I gather, the future polls might be a lot bigger. And so if you want to be a part of those polls, you can check out the Patreon, guys. Let's get this blurb out of the way straight away. So basically, on the Patreon, guys, you get these these book reviews a couple of episodes in advance, at least. And so basically, what I'm saying is, if you're watching this for free on YouTube, on the Patreon, there will be 2 full book review episodes already posted on there. So if you want to get caught up, you can. And obviously, if you do join the Patreon, then for one thing, you can be part of these polls that we do at the end of each book, where we basically vote on what scenes you would like there to have been in the movie. I feel like there is a runaway one, but we'll check out the poll later on. But you also get a chance to be a part, or not a chance, you get to be a part of the book reviews, guys. So there'll be a post for each chapter that we go through, and you can leave a comment underneath the post, and you get that comment read out in the video. It could be a question, it could be an opinion, it could be a thought, it could be anything, guys. And so if you want to be a part of that, you can do. It's great fun, guys. Doing the book clubs in this is always an absolute joy to hear different people's opinions, and so we'll be getting to that later on today. But yes, I thought I'd just mention that straight away, because we will be doing the poll after we've done this one chapter. I'll post again. Then we will be doing my final thoughts on the book, my favourite character of the book. It's actually closer than you'd think, actually, guys. It's actually closer than you think, than you'd think. And then we'll get into the book club. We'll go reading through your thoughts in this final chapter, and also I guess final thoughts on the book as well. Actually, yes, I did include that. So yeah, final thoughts on the book as well. So looking forward to that. One thing that I'm going to get out of the way real quick, guys, is if you watched my latest Harry Potter musical video, you will already know this. Or if you're on the Patreon, then you'll already know this as well. But I was watching a little show called Only Fools and Horses recently, guys. Now, you may have remembered Only Fools and Horses from me screaming it when Barty Crouch shows up at the start of A Goblet of Fire, saying that there's a character called Trigger from this British sitcom called Only Fools and Horses, which is what Roger Lloyd Pack, that actor, is by far best known for. It really is, guys. Over here, if you showed anyone a picture of that actor, they'd all go Trigger. He just is known for it. Also, the actor who played Slughorn was like a recurring character in it as well. But I was watching one of the early series, guys, because this show started at the start of the 80s, and so it ran for a long time. And it's about this Londoner family who are market traders and everything. It doesn't sound interesting, guys, but it's actually it's a very funny sitcom, guys. It's basically beloved by the British public. I'll say this: if you do go and source it out, there are some lines and topics that nowadays are absolutely not okay. But I think for the large part, it's okay with that. It tends to be outdated terms that I used a few times. Anyway, I was watching an episode from series 3, I think it is, because it's with Grandad, who's my favourite character. Similar hat. I just realised that I've got a similar hat to Grandad from Only Fools and Horses. Anyway, yes, there's an episode called It's Only Rock and Roll. And I've watched all Only Fools and Horses countless times, guys, but I was sitting down to relax a little bit, watch a few episodes of Only Fools and Horses, and this episode called It's Only Rock and Roll comes up, where Rodney, one of the main characters, is being a part in this, teenage, early 20s, boy band who aren't very good. They're terrible, in fact. And one of the band members, he only gets like a couple of lines in it and everything. He really doesn't get that much screen time at all in the episode. It's the only episode he's in as well. I was watching along and I thought, wow, actually, that band member, he looks kind of familiar. Looked up the IMDb page. It is only Professor Lupin's, the actor who plays Professor Lupin, his first ever IMDb post. I had no idea that Lupin was in Notables and Horses, guys. That blew my mind. And I was discussing it with my brother, saying, who is that character who gets like 2 seconds screen time? Okay, maybe not 2 seconds, but I think he has 2 at the very most 3 lines in the episode that he's in. Could he be the most successful actor out of everyone who's in Notables and Horses? And I think we quite kind of disagreed in for, well, Slughorn's actually been in a lot, and I think he's actually, I don't know if he's ever won an Oscar, but he probably is the one who's done the best for himself from Notables and Horses. But that's, yeah, anyway, I thought I'd mention that, guys, because that blew my mind. That really did. That Lupin, one of my favourite characters, the actor, is in Notables and Horses, which is something which I've seen countless times throughout my life, and so I thought I'd just mention that. I guess let's get going then, guys. Oh, a little bit more housekeeping. I am so sorry about how long it has been between these episodes, guys. If you've been following my channel pretty much at all, actually, you'll know that I've had to have a lot of time away from the channel over the last few weeks. It's real life issues and everything. I'm so sorry about the long waits on this, because I know I know that these are enjoyed by a lot of people, guys, but I know that like the longer between the episodes, it can be kind of. I need to get a good flow going, you know, with this, and it's such a shame that that the real life issues happened before the last episode, because if it had in between books, that would be a little bit more acceptable, you know what I mean? But fact is, we got one chapter which you guys have been waiting on for longer than I would have wanted you to wait for, and so. I really am sorry about that, guys. It was unavoidable, but at the same time, I know that it must be frustrating to you guys, you know, Patreon, YouTube viewers, anyone. Seriously, I really do not want to be keeping you waiting this long, so it certainly wasn't something that I did lightly. I'm so sorry about that. But you may notice that in the last week, though, I have been a lot more active on the channel and on Patreon and so on and so forth. So, and also, if you've sent me DMs and everything, I haven't been able to get back to them in quick time. I'll endeavour to try and do that today if I can. But either way, guys, let's get on to... Oh, happy birthday, Neville, yesterday. By the way, when I'm recording this, apparently it was his birthday yesterday. Thank you very much, Max, for tweeting that, because I wouldn't have noticed that. Max, who does our summaries in the intros. And, of course, Jonas, who does the wonderful side panels here. Jonas has done, like, a prototype for the Goblet of Fire ones. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm so sorry, Jonas. Again, I just haven't had a chance to. But, yes, Jonas does these wonderful side panels here, and Max it does the summaries of these chapters, which I read out and then get into my thoughts. And so thank you both so much, guys. Seriously, throughout these book reviews, it's been fantastic having like that support. So thank you both so much for doing it. Let's get into the final chapter of Prisoner of Azkaban, guys. Crazy. And I know that this is the turning point where the books really start to change up, particularly in Goblet of Fire. I'm excited, and I don't know, guys. I guess I'll be fascinated to see the differences. But there are a lot of differences in Prisoner of Azkaban as well, and so let's find out what differences there were in Chapter 22. I think that's right. The final chapter of Prisoner of Azkaban. Final time, I can't even get it right. The final chapter of Prisoner of Azkaban. I'll post again. And as always, Max, thank you so much for your summaries. So here we go. Harry and Hermione race back to the hospital wing, hiding from Snape, Fudge, and Peeves in the process. They arrive and see Dumbledore, who is happy and hears their succeeded, and lets them in once their past selves had used the time turner. Shortly after, they go back in bed, and Madame Pomfrey checks on them. Snape comes back, and Fudge and Dumbledore claiming something was Potter's fault, and An attempt by Fudge and Dumbledore fails as they try to calm Snape down, who storms out absolutely livid. Fudge is frazzled, good word, due to Black escaping, and the Dementors trying to kiss a student and head back to the Ministry. Only a boy though. Oh, sorry. We will get to why Hermione has every right to be annoyed during this bit. Ron awakes and the others fill him in with what happened. The next day, Hagrid informs them that Beaky escaped and tells them that Snape let it slip that Lupin was a werewolf and that he has resigned from his Defense Against the Dark art posts. Harry rushes to see Lupin off, where he has a conversation and receives the Marauders map. Dumbledore insists he stays, but Lupin has insisted that he stays, but Lupin has made up his mind. Harry then has a long chat with Dumbledore, talking about all the events of the night before. As we approach the end, and students still talking about Black and Lupin, exams grades come back, and it seems everything is back to normal. For now. Well, on the train, Harry receives a letter from Sirius letting him know he is okay and that it was him who sent Harry the firebolt, and to make up with Ron losing Scabbers, he may keep the owl that delivered the letter, but most importantly, a form saying that Harry can go to Hogsmeade, signed by his godfather. At King's Cross Station, Harry sees the Dursleys and kindly informs them on who his godfather is, and that he expects to hear that Harry is happy over the summer, which is amazing. Let's discuss. Let's have a look at my notes. So, weirdly enough, I didn't pick up on the reason why it's called Owl Post again until like just before you started recording, guys. It's because the first chapter is called Owl Post. That's a nice little reference. Strange title to the chapter considering everything else that happens in it, but I guess it like ties the whole book up rather nicely. So the scene continues from when Sirius is set free with Buttbeak and everything. For some reason, I kind of assumed that it was going to like jump forward to them being back in the medical bay. I don't know why, because in the movie it shows them run back and everything. But I just feel like the ending of the previous chapter was so nicely done, and it's so different. We went into it last time, of course we did, where I feel like I loved the scene of the movie, guys. So. It's insane to me that I'm now saying what I'm going to be saying. But I do feel like the scene in the movie where Black has a chance to speak with Harry and, like, you know, it's that nice little, you know, heart-to-heart and everything. For one, it completely changes Black's character. It completely does, guys. Because Black in my head is still kind of, not deranged, that's not the right term, but a kind of, like, you know, quite an intense guy. You know what I mean? Whereas Lupin is just really Captain Cool trousers in the book, you know. I feel like that has been taken off Lupin and put onto Black in the movie. This is, and I do feel like, I mean, the fact is, guys, I love Lupin. You know, there's no, you know, mystery around that. That whole scene where Black and Harry got to speak with each other, I do even think it detracts from Harry's character. Now, I'm pretty certain I went into this last time, so I'll keep it short here, guys. But, it almost... And the fact that when they break Black free, and, like, he's having a whale of a time on the back of Buttbeak and everything, there's none of that. There's no releasing the valve to, like, ease the pressure out. It's like, oh, okay, we're good. And now they're off. Everything like that. It's so much more urgent, you know. And Harry in the book is awesome in this chapter. Like, Black's like saying, "Oh, I can never thank you enough," and everything like that. And Harry's like, "Oh, go, mate, go, get out of here." And Hermione's shouting at him the same as well. I do prefer that because that's book. In the book, it is my opinion that Harry and Hermione, but mainly Harry, are more heroes to the story, because there's something about the easing off the pressure and having Black having a great time on the back of Buttbeak. I guess that they really wanted to establish Black as a character that we can like after the entire movie of painting him as someone that we can't. But, and having that heart-to-heart with Harry, it almost takes away the fact that Harry was incredibly brave in what he did. And, you know, and in charge. And kind of giving that to Black as well. And so, I still love the scene. I love the shot of Buckbeak and Black flying off into the moon. Not towards the moon, you know what I mean. That'd be a good hiding place. Are there wizards on the moon? And did wizards have anything to do with the moon landing? Have wizards ever got to the moon? These are all questions that will never be answered, I'm sure, guys. But yeah, and so I do think I do prefer a booked version where, like, Harry and Hermione like say, "Go, mate, go, get out of here," you know? Yeah. I feel like they did it again to soften Sirius's character and to show that he's a good person, a loving person and everything. Because we don't really get that at all in the book, because he's all, when he's talking to Harry, he's after you know the scene where it all kicks off, he almost seems like he's stepping on eggshells, because he really, you know, he's thinking, oh, Harry's not going to want to come with me, but, you know, I'll just say it, you know. We never get this moment where Black is a very confident, happy, loving person, which is what we get in the movie. And so we're ending this book with my opinion of Black. And I like Black, guys, I absolutely do. But my opinion of him is completely different than it was at the end of the movie. And I do feel like that is partly down to them taking a chunk of what Lupin is in the book and giving it to Black. I know that you know, the usual character that this sort of thing happens, or gets mentioned with, is Hermione and Ron. I do feel like it is the case here with Lupin and Black. Not only, I mean, we'll get into it, guys, because I rewatched the scenes before recording and everything. I may as well say it now. I just rewatched the scene where Lupin is leaving. Harry really doesn't seem to give that much of a bobbins. And I know that they tried to portray it visually with Lupin walking off and Harry looking sad as he's doing so. But there's a strange line in it where Lupin's like saying, "Yeah, I'm you know, my kind are used to this sort of thing," which actually isn't in the book. Very interesting. Lupin's philosophy of this is very interesting. We'll get into it in the book. Saying how, you know, Dumbledore's done enough for me and everything. The parents are going to be in uproar and everything, so I'm gonna move on. And then he says, "You look troubled, Harry," or something like that. You look. Yeah, I think he said, "You look troubled, Harry." And even Lupin was probably thinking that Harry was going to say, "Oh, I'm going to be reading something you're not here anymore," but he doesn't. He just moves on the subject, guys. He says the whole thing was pointless. Pettigrew got away. Oh, thanks, Harry. I just told you that I'm leaving. Rewatching it now, it really does, guys, because there's no bit where Harry like says, "Oh, you can't go. You help me out and everything. You help the Defense Against the Dark Arts out so much and everything. You're going to be severely missed," which is all stuff which he says in the book. But given the first chance to say something about the fact that Lupin's leaving, and Harry just skips on to the Pettigrew. It feels cold, guys. Watching it now, it actually feels cold. It really does. Maybe I don't know, guys. The thing is, when you read the book and watch the movie, you know, the differences are obviously, you know, magnified, you know. But it did almost seem like Lupin was expecting Harry to say something nice about Lupin, but he doesn't. He just moves straight on saying, "Oh, Pettigrew got away." Harry may as well have said, "I'm sorry, who are you again?" Imagine that. I like Lupin though, guys. And his philosophy is his Philosopher's Stone. His philosophy in that scene is very interesting, but we will get into it. We should really try and do this in order. So Harry and Hermione like make their way back to the medical bay wing, and they overhear Fudge and Snape discussing what happened and everything, and Snape says that he hopes that Dumbledore won't cause any difficulties regarding the kiss and everything, and Fudge is like saying, no, it will be fine, and it's very interesting because Snape is clearly still just thinking, get Black, rightly or wrongly. I feel like it's fair to say that it's not completely one or the other. I don't think it's serious. I don't think this is why I need to call them Snape and Black. I don't think it is completely Snape purely just out for revenge. But I also don't think it's Snape purely thinking of the children. You know what I mean? I think that it's definitely more nuanced than that. I feel like there is definitely more to it. And he's saying how he hopes that Dumbledore won't cause any difficulties. And Fudge is much more concerned about, you know, his reputation and everything. He says how embarrassing the whole situation has been, and how he can't wait to tell the Daily Prophet that they got him in it, that they got him in it, even though they didn't really do anything. The Ministry didn't do jack. They brought Dementors. The Dementors didn't do nothing apart from have a snack on Harry and Hermione. And Hermione, bloomin' elf. Sorry, guy. Bloomin' elf. Dobby. Bloomin' elf. Creature is a broom at one point, doesn't he? He's a bloomin' elf. I'm an idiot. Right. Broomin'. Right. Yeah, there's something that Fudge says later on, which is so disrespectful to Hermione. And I think it's on purpose as well. I think it is on purpose, but we will get to it. So yeah, the Ministry didn't do anything. And yeah, Fudge is like saying, oh, we're going to, you know, get our picture in the paper and everything, and like, you know, get rid of the embarrassment that the Ministry has had. Because you could absolutely say that it's the Ministry's fault that Black escaped, because the fact that, you know, that they didn't know about his animagus and everything like that, and the fact that animagus isn't catered for in Azkaban as well, kind of insane. And so yeah, he's absolutely just thinking about reputation and so on. He says that the papers will want to interview Snape about capturing Black. So it sounds like Fudge isn't going to tell the Daily Prophet that he came flying in with a karate kick and knocked Black out or anything like that. He is saying that Snape was the one who caught Black, and he says how Harry will want to tell the Prophet about Snape saving him and everything. So Fudge is still completely convinced that they are under the spell. I do think that Snape lets it slip a little bit in this coming up scene where he doesn't. Where Snape doesn't believe that Harry and Hermione are under any sort of influence. I do feel like he lets it slip a little bit. We will get there. They sneak past and they see Peeves down the corner laughing to himself, I think like quite a smug manner, and so they duck on in. Harry speculates in his mind that Peeves is laughing at the prospect of Black getting demented, kissed, I should say. I don't think that's true. I think that's Peeves knows. I feel like Peeves knows that Black, because Peeves would probably be in the room with Black going, nah, you're gonna get kissed and all that sort of stuff. Oh, I don't know, Jay. Is Peeves that much of a sadist? I don't know if he is. He's more vicious than Fred and George. But would Peeves actually mock someone who's about... But he mocks Moaning Myrtle, though. I don't think he would mock a condemned man. I don't know, guys. That's an interesting tangent there, actually. But no, I believe, this is my headcanon, that Peeves knows that Black's actually gotten away, and he's laughing at that, because he knows the absolute S-storm that is going to be coming, and that's exactly what Peeves thrives on, and so I feel like that's what he's actually laughing at, in my opinion. They need to be in the room when Dumbledore locks the door. Now, this confused me, guys, because obviously they're not in the room when Dumbledore locks the door. And, you know, Harry says to Hermione, what happens if we're not? And she says, I don't want to think about it. So obviously she does know. I have no idea what it could be. Did they get lost in time? I have no idea. But yeah, the need to be there is quite interesting. Because obviously, when using the time turner in the book, not in the movie, in the book, it moves you. And I speculated last time that it moves you near to, but not right next to your previous self. Hence why they ducked down and then heard themselves running past, you know? Whereas in the movie, both times, it's basically you land where you land, you know? And so in the movie, I don't think it would have made any difference, but it is in the book said that if you're not in the same room as you should be when it's locked, then bad things will happen. Although, in the book, they're outside the door, and then Dumbledore lets them into it. You know, so it is a bit different. But don't know if we'll ever find out what would happen. Why aren't time turners used by oh god, what are they called? Oh no, come on, Veggie. You know, the police. My brain's gone blank. But yeah, why aren't they used, like, you know? Why don't the Ministry use them in big cases where they need to reverse time to? Oh no, because they don't. Ah no, I'm wrong, guys, because they're not actually changing time. So it probably is known by the magical community that time turners are used, but only in the same flow of time. You know what I mean? And so technically, Harry and Hermione did nothing by going back in time. Because it was all going to happen anyway, you know what I mean? And so someone can't die, you use the time turner and then save them. No, because that person will always... It's like Buttbeak. Buttbeak at no point got the chop. We heard a chop and we heard Hagrid wailing, but it turned out that that was, in the movie, McNair chopping a pumpkin. In the book, it's him hitting a fence, as I remember. And the Hagrid howling was him howling with joy, which is a thing apparently. But, you know, howling with delight that Buttbeak got away, and so at no point did Buttbeak die. So it's very important to remember. So the Ministry couldn't use time turners to save someone's life because that person would always die or survive. I hope that at least one sentence in this video makes sense, guys. But yeah, nice little tangent anyway. Aura! There we go. Have a drink for that. Now, Dumbledore looks visibly pleased to see them, and he does ask to well, as he does in the movie. But in the movie, he plays it completely straight, and like, and I think that Harry just like says, "We've done it," and like Dumbledore straight away is like, "Done what? Good night," and just walks off in a quite cold way. It's quite fascinating the way he does it in the movie. But no, Dumbledore in the book, he congratulates them, and you know, they go over all the little notes and everything, and then he unlocks the room and lets them in. So it's very, very different. I do like the movie version because it does give Dumbledore this mischievous, almost cold feeling, the way he does it, you know? It's very nice. I do like it. So Hermione and Harry are let back into the room, and it's locked again. And they get into their beds and everything. Pomfrey's still furious at Dumbledore. She like says, "Am I allowed to treat my patients now?" Which is amazing. She's ranting to the students as well with this. Obviously, Dumbledore's not in the room anymore, so she's actually saying it to the students, which is interesting. But, you know, she's got her job to do, you know, and her job would often, you know, contradict, you know, the headmasters, and so I appreciate her. I do appreciate Pomfrey. And I appreciate how much she's in these books, quite frankly, as well. We hear a panic around the castle, where Black is being found to have escaped. Fudge. Oh no, yeah. So Snape. So Snape and Fudge and Dumbledore all come back into the room, and so on. And Snape says that he must have. No. It was Fudge. Yes. So Fudge says that Black must have disapparated. That's correct, isn't it? The right way of putting it. I've got a note here saying idiots because Fudge then says we should have left someone in the room with him. Yes, you should have. We discussed it last time, guys. I cannot think of a single reason why they would have left someone in there with him. Even if Flitwick's office, which is the room that they use in the book, has all the charms on it and the jinxes in the galaxy, you still just want someone to be watching. Maybe they told Peeves. So maybe when Fudge says someone, he actually meant someone alive. No, that's a stretch. The fact that they didn't have anyone watching him is incredible, guys. It is genuinely mind-boggling. And then Snape says to Fudge, and again, Fudge should know this, is that you can't apparate or disapparate inside Hogwarts. Very good to know this at this stage. I'm pretty sure that's the first time it's just been stated there. But obviously that's going to have, that's foreshadowing certain things that will be happening in the future. But it's good to have it there stated very nicely at this very relevant time. Snape instantly says that Potter is behind it. Now this is where I do feel like he is showing himself up a little bit, guys. He's not saying Hermione and Harry, who are under Black's influence, must have let him free. No, he is saying that Harry did it. He doesn't say Hermione, and Hermione to him, if Snape thinks that Black was set free because he had controlled someone's minds to think that he's innocent, he should suspect Hermione just as much as Harry. I was going to say, but Hermione's a better, a more better student. But then he hates Hermione, though. In fact, he spent most of this book telling her to hold her tongue. So yeah, the fact that he says Potter straight away does kind of show that maybe he doesn't believe that Harry was under the influence at this point. I do feel like that. Because of the way he goes in this scene, he actually thinks that Harry is in his right mind and isn't under any sort of spell. Snape would have known Hermione had the time turner. Yes, now I said surely all the teachers knew that Hermione had the time turner. Fudge would. Okay, maybe Fudge wouldn't, but the Ministry do know that Hermione has the time turner because it was stated earlier on. And so, if Fudge did know, and Snape presumably must, I don't know, guys, do all the teachers know? They must at least suspect that she's got one. If all the teachers know that Hermione's got the time turner, we're very, very lucky that Snape just didn't think, hang on, she's got a time turner! They grab it, go back in time again, but then again, the future is always set, and so they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So yeah, no one actually thinks about, saying, hey, hang on. Imagine McGonagall came in and said, hang on, McGonagall's got a time turner. Yeah, very interesting. Because obviously Dumbledore knows of it. Obviously he would have done. And he's the one who thinks of the idea to use it in this way. Unless they're thinking that Hermione is would be too scared to use it out of the ways that she's been instructed to, maybe. But yeah, we're lucky that no one brought up the time turner at this point. If Harry and Hermione were under Black's spell, why would Snape be angry at them? Yeah, very true, because he's frothing at the mouth at Harry and Hermione as well, presumably. If he 100% believed that they were under the influence of Black's spell, there would be literally no point of being angry. He could be angry at himself for not thinking, oh, hang on, we need to keep an eye on these people, these two students. Although, you could argue that they were being kept an eye on by Pomfrey. But yeah, if he, in his heart of hearts, believed that Harry and Hermione were under the influence by Black, that's why they were defending him, and that's why they would have released him, you cannot be angry at Harry and Hermione, because it's not them. And again, this makes me think that Snape is kind of showing his true colours here. The fact that he doesn't believe that Harry is actually under the control. I don't think you might argue that this is just Snape thinking of James and just what's the term? Seeing red. No, there's a better term for it, where you're closing your eyes to every bit of evidence around you. It's tunnel vision, because of James. But I don't know if I buy that. I don't, because why would he be angry at Harry then? Yeah, going on Snape's telling of the story, there is literally no reason why he should be angry at Harry. And he's getting so angry at Harry that even Fudge is like, in fact, he says to Dumbledore, what does he say? Balls. Well, let's not jump forward because it is in my notes. So, the movie always ends with Snape just disappearing. Yeah, it is nice in the books, guys. It really is because Philosopher's Stone was the movie where it really felt like, let's just forget about the whole Snape side storyline, because in the movie I'm talking about the Philosopher's Stone, where it's all like, and Snape's innocent. Yeah, there's no payoff later on with him like saying, "I see, I wasn't," we would say I wasn't the bad guy or anything, but there is a certain point in the early Harry Potter movies where Snape stops being in it. You know what I mean? And so having this, payoff after Black has gotten away is brilliant, guys. It's very important. It's very important, especially for Snape's character, that we do get this moment. It's very important to see Snape's reaction to Black getting away, But the scene is just done so quickly. Man. Yeah, I mean, I love the scene in the movie, guys. It's arguably my favourite scene in Harry Potter, where in the Shrieking Shag. And I'm sure I'm not alone there. But it misses out so much context, particularly with Snape. Yeah. So it's really nice to have these scenes where we're getting Snape's reaction to it all, And what I was going on about him, suspecting Harry of not being under the influence and everything just now, that's not me having to go at him, guys. It's really not. I find that Snape's... I feel terrible for Snape. I really do. And that's my take on it. And I know that there are people who don't feel sorry for him at all. There are some people who... It is their main takeaway of the books. And both of those are... I don't want to use the word argument, so both of those standpoints are fascinating to me. I'm absolutely somewhere in the middle. I'm absolutely somewhere bang on in the middle. So yeah, I hope that me going on about Snape knowing that Harry wasn't under the influence doesn't sound like I'm having a go at the guy. But that's where I am at this point. And you know what, guys? I shift my views on this sort of thing all the time, apart from the fact that muggles can birth a squib. Which I'm really glad that we've all... Because I got a lot of comments on it, guys. I'm glad that every single one of us now agree. No, okay. You see, the thing is, irony is a dangerous thing to use in YouTube video. What I was going to say then is I'm glad that we now all agree that muggles can have squibs as children. That is a joke. Just want to say that, guys, because it sparked discussion. And I still think I'm right on this, guys, and I've read your arguments and everything, and I find them fascinating, I really do. But at the moment, I'm still of the opinion, because there's different opinions, guys, what a squib actually is, and what a muggle actually is. And there's differing opinions of their different abilities. That apparently somewhere it's written that squibs can see things that they shouldn't. That muggles can. That other people have said no. That there's proof that it's not the case. Thank you for the discussion, guys, and it is always done respectfully as well, which I love. I love seeing you guys discussing this stuff respectfully. I really do. I am just still of the standpoint that they can. So let's move on before I start a whole new discussion. Dumbledore says, unless you are suggesting Harry and Hermione can be in two places at once, and I've got in capital letters here with 2 exclamation marks, shut up! Dumbledore, are you trying to give them clues at this point? He may as well have said, do you think it turned out that time is a time? Would have been a bit strange if he'd said that. But yeah, it's that line there. It's like, shut up, Dumbledore. Just cuts to a scene of Dumbledore and Hermione getting arrested. getting put in the back of the Aura truck. That'd be hilarious. Just them two as well. Hermione. Prison of Azkaban ends with Hermione and Dumbledore getting shifted off to Azkaban. Hang on, how does Dumbledore, he doesn't disapparate when he goes woo with Fawkes? That's not him disapparating then. So what is it then? In Order of the Phoenix. Whoa! When he goes like that, that's not disapparating then, is it? I've always assumed that it was. Very intriguing. Either way. Another little tangent. So, yeah, so Dumbledore nearly gives the entire slip away. I'm sorry, guys. I just can't get the image of Dumbledore and Hermione getting shifted off to prison out of my head now. That is a funny image. So, Fudge looks shocked at the way that Snape is behaving, which is very interesting. And I do get the impression that, because he's like, I can't remember, he essentially says that Snape has gone wild, he's gone mad or something. And it's very interesting because Fudge is like kind of taken aback by it. So you get the impression that Fudge probably hasn't had that much dealings with Snape. And because of what happened this night in Fudge's head, he saw Snape as this true blue hero, you know? And suddenly he's losing his cool and everything. And it's like, whoa. He then says to Dumbledore, I'd watch out for him if I were you, Dumbledore. Foreshadowing there. We've got, he ain't wrong, but then I've also got in brackets, though he is, because we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to that book, guys. Half-Blood Prince. Dementor's getting shipped back to Azkaban because Fudge says because they attacked an innocent boy, and so that's no good. So the Dementors are gonna go get shipped back there, and maybe we'll get dragons instead, which is something that he speculates. And Dumbledore says, "Oh, Hagrid will like that," which would be amazing. Again, is that foreshadowing to Goblet of Fire? Probably not. Unless it's tied in, like maybe they say, "Oh, we'll use those dragons over there." I don't know. Apparently, Goblet's very different, guys. So it's all possible. The possibilities are endless. That singer once constantly said. Sorry, guys. Oh, here you go. Here's another blooming tangent. You know the song, "But I never known a girl like you before." Ba 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 ba. Well, I think it was a head injury. He basically. I think it was a head injury that he got, and for the longest time, for many years, I believe, he couldn't really communicate. But the only thing that he would ever say is the possibilities are endless. And eventually, he started to speak more and more normally. And now I believe that he's back to normal now, which is fantastic news. But yeah, that's what I always think of when I hear the term "the possibilities are endless," because that's the one thing his wife and everything would try talking to them and everything, and the only thing he would ever say is the possibilities are endless. There's a documentary about it called "The Possibilities Are Endless," and that's where I watched it. Anyway, that's a great song. But I never known a girl like you before. Alright, yeah, it's alright, yeah. Sorry. Possibilities are endless. So, that is a topic which I not think would come up in this video. Yes, now did you notice the thing that Fudge just said that I read out then, guys? The disrespect to Hermione. Even if Hermione's pretending to be asleep at this point, which I think that they are, I would have sat up like, what did you say? It's amazing. Just before she gets arrested. Yes, Fudge angry at them attacking an innocent boy. Now, there's something different in the movie and the books, isn't there, guys? There was also an innocent girl who was attacked by the Dementors. But this is Fudge being Fudge, guys. He doesn't even know Hermione's name. But, again, because the Ministry know about the Time Turner, but, he doesn't do all the paperwork, does he? And so, Fudge clearly doesn't see value in Hermione's life anywhere near as much as Harry's. And that, it's a subtle little thing. I'll be fascinated to see if anyone brings it up in the book club, guys, later on. But that little subtlety of saying, oh, they attacked an innocent boy, literally at the same time as attacking an innocent girl as well. It's just, that's so Fudge. And I feel like that the author definitely did that on purpose. Yeah, Fudge suggests using dragons to defend Hogwarts, and Dumbledore says Hagrid will like that. I don't think that is foreshadowing to Goblet of Fire, but it is nice that we do get dragons in the next one, though. At least in the movie, anyway. Ron wakes up. Harry tells Hermione to explain as he eats some chocolate and everything. It's very interesting that he's eating chocolate now, because there is a funny line at the end of this book as well. But basically, Ron's like, hey, what's going on? He's still back when Lupin turned. I think one of the very, very first things he said is, "Where's Lupin?" So he's missed this entire thing. And Harry says, "Tell to him, Hermione." Would you imagine Hermione probably really excitedly told him? You know how Hermione was so excited about telling Harry about the owl post office? I'd imagine that Hermione would be very, very thrilled to be telling telling Ron this, especially because, Ron and Hermione are back to being, best buds now. Because we know that Crookshanks didn't do anything and everything, and we had the moment earlier on where Hermione did apologise. I feel like some people, going on the comments that I read, guys, don't give Hermione the credit when she broke down and apologised to Ron for potentially what happened to Crookshanks. Because I felt that did happen, right? I'm not dreaming it. I swear that happened at some point, where she basically bursts out and apologises. It's when Ron does something nice for her, or says something nice to her, or forgives her for something, and then she just blurts out, "I'm sorry for what happened to Scabbers." I'm sure that did happen. It did happen. I just can't remember exactly when. Because that just shows that it's just another weight that has been on Hermione's shoulders, Whereas in the movie, I hate this moment, guys. I really do. Where Scabbers is found, it's Hagrid just says, "Oh yeah, it's Scabbers," rather than Hermione finding it. Him, I should say. And in the movie, I hate the scene in the movie, guys, where Ron's saying, "Oh, Scabbers." That's what I'm doing my impression of. Free Bobby, Grint. So he's not lost. He didn't die, or something like that. And Hermione straight away is like, "Well, you owe me an apology." That's not Hermione, guys. Because Hermione felt bad for pretending that Crookshanks couldn't have had anything to do with Scabbers dying. Because obviously, it didn't happen, sure, but the potential was absolutely there. And Hermione was not accepting it. And that shame on her shoulders would have been palpable, along with all the other stresses that she's got in this book. For her to finally get the chance to apologise to Ron about what happened to Scabbers was a big moment, I feel like. And in the movie, Hermione just instantly like, "Well, you owe me an apology." It's like, oh, come on. Again, guys, I like movie Hermione, but I just feel like they just got her so wrong. It's got her so wrong from the book, guys, because I could not imagine book Hermione just say, "Right, you owe an apology then." Maybe she did. I don't think she did, guys. Because Hermione's the one who finds Scabbers, isn't she? I don't think the whole "you owe me an apology" thing is in the book. And if it is, I apologise, guys. Because I don't believe that book Hermione would ever say that. She is so desperate to be friends with Ron and Harry again. She's not going to risk, angering them in any way at this point, in my opinion. Book Hermione is awesome, guys. Book Hermione is awesome. Right. So, to change scenes, and nearly all this school is over in Hogsmeade for the last time this year. Ron and Hermione don't fancy the trip. I do have down here. Surely Harry can go to Hogsmeade now. Just take it. Have him escorted there. Have Hagrid escort. No, not Hagrid. No, not Hagrid. Have someone escort Harry to Hogsmeade and escort him back. You know what I mean? Dumbledore. I can't imagine he's too busy. Joke. But yeah. So they don't go off to Hogsmeade for their last time. They just go and just go and chill out. They go back to the lake where it all went down, and Harry looks over at where he saw the stag and everything. I've got down here, guys. This is why these videos end up being 5 hours long. I've got down here. Have you ever heard of stag chili? It's like chili in a can. I think it might be a UK exclusive. There is a vegetable one. I don't know if it's vegan. I'll have to have a look. It's quite basic chili, but it's like chili in a can. It's called stag. Don't know why, but the mention of stag in this chapter just made me think of stag chili. It's not made of deer. I should point it out. I think that the normal stuff is beef, and then the vegetable one is just random bits of it's kidney beans and stuff like that. Not kidney beans. Yes, kidney beans. Yeah. Anyway, stag chili. Go buy it. See, I need to get some blooming remuneration by these companies, don't I? I just advertise stag chili. I'm sorry, guys. I actually don't know how you put up with me, and I really do appreciate it. I actually really appreciate it, guys. It gets me through so much. Because, you know, these last few weeks I haven't been on the channel, guys. It ain't been a happy thing. It's not been, I should say, it's not like any disaster or anything, and it's nothing to do with Woozle's absolutely fine as well. But it hasn't been a happy few weeks and everything, and so, you know, reading your comments and everything, even though I haven't been able to get back to you and posting everything, has got me through a lot as well. Anyway, so thank you. I really do mean that. Hagrid's hungover. I got down here. Isn't there a spell for that? There has to be a spell for that, because, you know, wizards don't need to look after their teeth, because their teeth will look after themselves. Hence why they're like dentists. What's a dentist? So yeah, Hagrid appears to be hungover, which is interesting. Because you would think that it'd just be a pop like that, or a potion or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter anyway. It's just a tiny little thing. So Hagrid's been celebrating all night because of Buckbeak escaping. He informs the three, the famous three, that Buckbeak escaped, and like Ron's trying not to laugh. I think it's just adorable. And yeah, it's a very quite shocking line where Hagrid says, "Yeah, I was worried for a second, but Lupin said that he never ate anything last night." And it's like, wait, what? You knew, and you're willing to say that to us? I mean, Hagrid lets a lot of things slip, but that's still quite strong to say to people. And then it turns out that Snape told the entire Slytherin. Well, he let it slip at breakfast that Lupin is a werewolf, but the way that Hagrid says is that Snape said it to all the Slytherins. So I guess maybe he called attention to the Slytherin table and mentioned it, you know, in passing, mid-sentence. You know what I mean? And so yeah, it really takes you out of there. For one thing, it's good that nothing appeared to die that night, and it does sound like that means that that Lupin does keep his memory of when he's wild. Which is... Oh, I can't say that. I can say that, because it's mentioned that werewolves are on it. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, this week we found out that is not... Oh, no, we knew already. That's not the case in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where a werewolf... They have no memory of what happened that night. But it sounds like Lupin did have a memory. Or at least maybe, you know, when he comes through, he didn't taste raw flesh in his mouth or something like that, you know what I mean? And so it's very interesting also, because that would suggest that a werewolf could take a hippogriff, whereas in the movie, a scene that we don't get in the book, there's a bit of a face-off, isn't there, between Buckbeak and Lupin, right? Yes, that does happen, doesn't it? I'm trying to think, it's not Aragog. There is a fight in the forest, very briefly, when Hermione and Ron are about to get... Hermione and Harry are about to get got by Lupin. It's Buckbeak, isn't it? It can't be anyone else. It's not that centaur dude who goes, Harry Potter, on the first one. What was his name? Oh, no. Okay, let's not get sidetracked. You know what I mean. You know who I mean, okay? Showed up on one of the musicals as well. That was a strange moment. Right. So, moving on, Veggie, before we get too sidetracked. This is one chapter, guys. And we've already been going for 40 minutes. We are not even halfway through my notes. So, let's get going. I've got down here. Did Snape do it? Vindictiveness or genuine warning about Lupin because Lupin didn't take his potion. I think that is giving me... I feel like I am giving Snape a bit too much credit there. I do think that Snape did it vindictively. Lupin thinks he did it vindictively, but that... We can't really take that into too much consideration, guys, because Lupin is the target of it. I think that there is a 15% chance that Snape, knowing that Lupin didn't take his potion, for whatever reason, he didn't take his potion, telling the slithering students it's because he's like, okay, now, I've tried to warn him in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, but now it needs to happen because Lupin didn't have his potion. I don't think that's the case. I do feel like it was vindictive this time. We can discuss it though, guys. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And we'll go more into that on Lupin's opinion of it in a moment. Did Hagrid already know, or has he just stopped keeping the secret? It seems like Hagrid found out this morning. Which means that he would have found out and then gone straight to Lupin and said, hey, you don't suppose you ate any massive birds last night, did you? And that would mean that I don't know if Hagrid knew. I don't know if Hagrid knew already. There may have been some clues which I'm missing here, guys. So let me know in the comments as always. But I don't think that Hagrid knew about Lupin being a werewolf. It's very interesting because that... If this was the morning that he found out, I know that a lot of the teachers know, but I don't know if Hagrid would know. Although Hagrid is a teacher now rather than a groundskeeper, isn't he? So maybe he did know the entire time. Because the reason why I'm questioning that is that if Hagrid found out and society is as it is, would he completely trust Lupin? We know that Hagrid's a lovely guy, guys. I mean, he's an animal lover, though, isn't he? And he trusts animals to a fault. So maybe he would just completely trust him straight away. The alternative to that is that he may not have trusted him at first, but then realised that he is a good egg. And then, started to talk to him, and that's when he was able to approach him this morning. But if Hagrid's only just found out as well, it's very interesting that he would go straight to find out. Unless Lupin just mentioned in passing that he hadn't eaten, I think it would be a bit of a strange conversation there. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Hagrid knew or not before. Yeah, it's an interesting thing there. Would Hagrid not warn them before, accidentally told them? Actually, that's another good point. If Hagrid did know at the start of the term that a werewolf was coming to teach them, would he have not warned or accidentally told the famous three? I don't know. Lupin resigns. And he says in case it happens again, and which is obviously telling of the reason why he's done it. But yeah, he basically says in case it happens again, in case no, Hagrid says that he's resigning because in case it happens again. From Lupin saying that. So that definitely shows that Lupin feels actually a lot of shame about what happened that night and the fact that he did turn and everything. We get it in a moment where he's basically explained to Harry, says, I could have bitten one of you. And so I love the scene in the movie, guys. Even the fact that Harry doesn't give a crap. Oh, sorry. Doesn't pay attention. You know, isn't concerned with Lupin. It would see the way that he speaks. But the fact that Lupin actually blames himself for what happened. I mean, he really should, shouldn't he? God, that's sad. Love Lupin, guys, but it's true. Should have had that potion. That is his #1 priority. It really is his #1 priority, guys. Because this night could have ended much worse. So in the movie, it's like, oh, poor Lupin, you know, world rubbish, everyone's against him and everything. But no, in the book, he puts his hand up and says, I could have bitten one of you. And so he absolutely does blame himself for what happened. And, you know, he's resigning because it could happen again. He mentions about the letters, but he says that tomorrow letters will be arriving saying that we don't want a werewolf as a professor at Hogwarts. And he says, and they are right. That's not the story we get from the movie. The movie has some beautiful lines where it says about, you know, people like me are used to being moved on and everything like this. But the scene is very different in the book. This is not something which I was expecting to be different, guys. It really wasn't. But I love both. I love both ways. But the fact that Lupin does blame himself for what happened is something that is missing from the movie. I feel. Either way, come on, let's get moving. So we find out that Dumbledore has convinced Fudge that Lupin was trying to save the students. Which is a big ask, guys. It really is, considering, you know, the ministry's, let alone society's opinions of werewolves. But Dumbledore did it, though. He was able to convince Fudge of it. And Lupin believes that was the final straw for Snape. And that's why Snape blurted out, hey, this is what's going on. Again, I think there is a tiny chance that Snape is doing it for the safety of the students. I do feel like there's a tiny chance. I don't think it is the reason why he's doing it. But I do feel like there is a chance. And I think that when we get to the book club, that argument might be being put by some people, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Of course, Snape may not actually know that Lupin actually transformed that night, because obviously in the movie he sees it happen in front of him. In the book, he's completely out for the count. He probably would have assumed what had happened, but he didn't actually see the transformation actually take place. So yeah, Lupin says that you know, he may have he had the potential of being given an Order of Merlin for his bravery on trying to save the students. Imagine how big that would have been for werewolves, you know, around the country. You'd imagine it'd probably be the first time, right, that an Order of Merlin had been given to a werewolf. Considering they are so shunned by society, how big news that would have been. But yeah, then the news has slipped out, and you know, trying that and you know, the fact that Hogwarts had a werewolf at the school is bigger news, and so it's a shame, because it would have been a big step forward, I do feel. So Snape let it slip at breakfast, we learn. So I believe it is the case that Lupin resigned because I'm not 100% sure if Lupin resigned before or after breakfast. I would imagine it was probably after, but the writing was on the wall. The thing is, guys, is that in the movie we hear about the letters are going to be coming in, and it's going to be terrible news for Hogwarts. But the fact that Lupin blames himself as well means that he was planning on resigning anyway. And so we don't know 100% sure if he resigns because of what Snape said or not. We actually don't. I think we can assume that it's likely, but it may have been that he was quitting anyway or had already resigned. There is a chance. Lupin says about the letters from the parents and agrees with them. I could have bitten any of you. Lupin asks Harry about the Patronus. Actually, he actually asks him about, what, because he assumed that's how Harry defeated the Dementors, and Harry fills him in, and Lupin's just like elated and everything. It's actually really nice to hear how happy he is, and the fact that it is a stag, and how it just makes so much sense. We don't know at this point. Me being a book reader, guys, I've always assumed that James Potter's Patronus was a stag. That's not confirmed at all, is it? That's absolutely not confirmed. One thing which I've been meaning to bring out for the longest time, and I haven't been doing it, guys. Animagus, are they always non-magical creatures? Rats, dogs, cats. Can't think of any more. Are they always non-magical creatures, or are there going to be some that can turn dragons and everything? Because Patronuses can be magical creatures. Most of them aren't. But I believe that some people do get magical creatures as their Patronus. Right? I think so. I swear that people have gotten dragons and stuff like that before. When I've asked about their Patronus. Let me know your Patronus in the comments, guys. But are Animagus always non-magical creatures? Because there's been so few that that it's hard to really tell, but the ones that we have seen, they've all been non-magical creatures. What is up with Crookshanks? I wonder if that's ever going to be explained, but he's just like really smart cat. Anyway. So yes, I don't think we've ever learned what Patronus James actually has. Harry doesn't really seem to care about Lupin leaving in the movie. Yeah, we've gone into that. Watch the scene again, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's the fact that Lupin has this long speech of like, people like me, we're used to this, the teacher, the school's reputation will go down, and you know what? It's just better if I move on. You look troubled, Harry. What about pettigrew? He doesn't say that, but it'd be funny if he did. Yeah, he just completely blanks Lupin in the movie. He really does. James would have been disappointed if Harry hadn't found any of the secret entrances at Hogwarts. Very, very nice. Again, nice little throwaway lines to really build up James's character. Dumbledore lets Lupin know that the carriage. Yes, so Dumbledore actually arrives in this scene and says that his carriage is ready. Lupin says that he doesn't need to be led to the gates, and they shake hands, which is very nice. Dumbledore really isn't in Prisoner of Azkaban much, guys, in the movie. He really actually isn't, and so it's nice for Lupin to be leaving with his head held high to an extent, shaking hands with the Prime Minister and everything. Prime Minister, Headmaster. Movie scene Lupin talks more about the prejudice against werewolves. My kind, I've got in quotations there. Yeah, he really does. It's all about, hey, society doesn't. This is going to sound so wrong, guys. He paints himself as a victim in the movie. In the book, he actually doesn't. He understands what's. He understands the uproar that the teachers are going to, that the parents are going to be rising in and everything. When I say paint himself as a victim, guys, he's right. He is. He is a victim. He's a victim of a horrible society that sees him in this way. When I say painting, I didn't mean fictitiously. I mean he talks about the prejudice, but in the book, it's just not there. I love Lupin, guys. I love movie Lupin. I love book Lupin. Oh, it's sad, guys, and the fact that he agrees with it. Heartbreaking. Harry tells Dumbledore about the exam with Trelawney. Really glad that he did, and he said how Trelawney started acting really strange, and Dumbledore says, stranger than usual, you mean? It's amazing. And Harry informs him about the terrible... the thing that Trelawney under the trance says. And Dumbledore says that brings the total of her real predictions up to 2. Which is not true, because she does... Oh, the thing is... No, guys. If I was to predict that my blue screen here... This is a blue screen, and a green screen on the other side, if you didn't know, guys. I used to use it in all my live streams. Such a pain. I'm so glad that I have a nice background for this now, because that was such a nightmare using. if I was to predict that thing was going to fall down in 10 minutes, right? And in 10 minutes it fell down, that would be completely luck. There would be no skill to me. It's still a correct prediction. Winning something on the lottery is a correct prediction. So Dumbledore is actually wrong there. I do wonder. I do wonder if the other prediction is the Neville thing. But then, that hasn't fulfilled yet. He could only say that after Deathly Hallows. So yeah, maybe it's not that then. I assumed that it was the Neville thing, but let me know if it isn't, and there is actually something else that she has gotten right previously. I'd imagine it would be rather than in this book. Or unless it's a spoiler, of course, in which case, please do not. Harry blames himself for letting Pettigrew live. This is the whole thing which we get in the movie. This is why when he's talking to Lupin, he's saying about the fact that, you know, we didn't achieve anything. Pettigrew still got away. He's saying this to Dumbledore instead, which makes so much more sense, guys. Why he would be bringing it up with Lupin is actually when Lupin's leaving. The emotional roller coaster that Lupin's gone through in the last 24 hours, guys, is I know he's an adult, guys, and Harry's not, but it is a lot for him to take. So for Harry to like say, "Oh, we let Pettigrew go," to Lupin seemed weird. Him saying it to Dumbledore, I absolutely see it. I absolutely see it. Dumbledore says that a bond is made between a wizard when they save another. Is he being literal there? Is there actually a magical bond between them, or is he just saying emotionally? Because he says one wizard to another, but they are wizards though, aren't they? And so, if that's the case, I'm very interested to see how that's going to pay off. Because even Harry says, "Can't imagine how that's going to help." Because going on the movies, that definitely doesn't happen. I certainly cannot think of a moment where that happens in the movies. Obviously, please do not tell me. But, I just noticed that Hermione's, cloak on this looks a bit like a Dementor. That's got to be on purpose, isn't it? So, guys, eventually I want to put out audio versions of these. I know that people have been asking for it since the start, guys. I'm so sorry that I haven't. But eventually I do want to put out versions which are just audio, so you can like listen to them without having to like watch the video and everything. But on the book cover, the good book cover for Prisoner of Azkaban, where Harry and Buckbeak are looking really serious and Hermione's like kind of freaking out, her cloak in the back like is riding up, and it looks a bit like a Dementor is like, you know, stalking him. It's very cool. That's gotta be on purpose, right? It looks great. I'm not talking about the other book cover, where Harry and apparently Hermione, although it looks more like Ginny, are having a wild time on the back of a Buckbeak that's having a fit. you know the cover which I'm talking about, guys. If you look at Prisoner of Azkaban book cover, you'll see two very different images. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? I've been saying you know what I mean a lot lately, guys, and I do think it's because I've been watching 12 Angry Men again, which is a great movie. But one of the jurors in it keeps on saying, "You know what I mean?" at the end of each sentence. I don't like that character. I do not like that character one bit. Great movie, though. 1957 version, guys, starring Henry Fonda. Definitely go and watch it. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Anyway. So, moving on with my lovely notes. Will it pay off? Yeah, this bond between Pettigrew and Harry, I have no idea. I'm intrigued to find out. The time may come when you will be happy you saved Peter Pettigrew. Yeah, this is what Dumbledore says. Dumbledore also says that James would have spared him as well. Now, this is interesting, guys. I'm guessing that Lupin is saying that if Pettigrew had given out the information that led to the death of Lupin or Black, that James would have spared him. Or if James's soul would have forgiven Pettigrew. Not forgiven him, but allowed for a more lenient sentence. Very interesting speculation by Dumbledore there. Dumbledore says prongs rode again last night. It's very, very nice. And apparently Black this night, whilst speaking in Flitwick's office to Dumbledore, told Dumbledore the whole Maggie stuff. And so, presumably, Dumbledore would have had no idea how Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. It's an interesting thought. So yeah, so unless Dumbledore's pretending that he didn't know, he says that he did not know, and and how the marauders were so smart to keep it from him as well. Did they not know? I guess not. That's quite incredible, isn't it? Considering they were going out at night and everything, walking around them and everything. Lupin. I love Lupin's story in this, guys. I really do. Draco's angry about Buttbeak and believes that Hagrid smuggled him away. It's actually not a bad theory, guys, and I'm amazed that Hagrid actually isn't in more trouble for allowing Buttbeak to get away or to be stolen. I guess the stolen thing he'd be okayed with, but if it just got away, that I'm surprised Hagrid isn't in a lot of trouble for. But obviously they thought he was stolen, though. Percy intends on bringing in new law enforcement if he's able to get into the Ministry, which is very interesting. I love hearing about Percy, guys. It's such an awesome addition. I can't wait for the TV series Percy. Seriously, because it's gonna be important, guys, particularly in Chamber. I'm loving hearing these little details about Percy's aspirations. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna stop recording. So Harry is ending this book on a downer, guys. He really is. He's actually really, really down about Lupin leaving. It's just not there in the movie at all. Again, because Lupin is... a lot of his character was given to the tail end of Sirius Black. And so because of that, he is kind of like not that important to Harry. Oh, God, it sucks, guys. But book Harry is actually seriously down. Seamus and Dean are speculating about what the next Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher will be, and Dean suggests it's going to be a vampire. Pretty good guess. I did have to wrap my brain to remember who the next one's going to be. The vampire would have been very fascinating. Especially after Quirrell. Harry is surprised to have passed his potions. Apparently all Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed all their stuff. As well as Percy, and I think that Fred and George scraped through a couple of them. I think that's the way it said it. But Harry's surprised that he passed potions. He thinks that Dumbledore probably stopped Snape from failing him. Again, I feel like this is Harry's paranoia here. I do. I think it's Harry's paranoia here, guys. I don't know if Snape would have actually failed him. Harry's also noticing a twitch in Snape's mouth whenever he looks at him. And gets the impression that Snape wants to strangle him and everything. Again, I don't know. The thing is, we're only ever seen this from Harry's perspective. And many times in the past, I'm thinking, I bet that didn't happen when it came to Harry's paranoia around Snape. Many times we've had it, in fact. But yes, or maybe it is completely legit. I feel like this is one of the more likely ones of being legit, but I like to feel like it's just Harry's paranoia there. God damn. Gryffindor wins the House Cup for third year straight. I've just got a note saying okay down on it. I can't muster the energy, guys. It's the only part of these books. I'm going to go into it briefly. It's the only part of these books where I just feel like it feels a little childish. The writing. As in, the hero doesn't just overcome the odds and wins the day, but also everyone has to be thinking about how brilliant he is. And the fact that Gryffindor have won it 3 years in a row since Harry came here. First year, sure, it's because of Harry and friends that they won. Particularly that. But did it come into consideration in Chamber? I guess it possibly did. It didn't come into consideration this year, though. Prince of Azkaban. It couldn't have done. That's very interesting. I cannot imagine a situation where Dumbledore would have given house points to Harry, Hermione, or Ron for what they did in this book. The last two books, sure, but not this time. And so you could have just not mentioned it and just had another house win it, or say another house won it. But Gryffindor winning it every year that Harry's at school is like, okay. I'm such a bitter. I'm so bitter, guys. I'm sorry. Right, moving on. So it's the day of leaving. Hermione has decided to stop Muggle studies. She's actually chosen to turn the time to turn it in. Now, this is something, guys, which I've always assumed is not the case. I've always assumed that she got it taken away from her. Because they technically broke the rules. But no one knows that apart from Dumbledore. That's a good point, actually. Ron never... No, they fill Ron in on this, don't they? Because in the movie they don't. They just laugh at him. They say, shut up, Ron. They don't say shut up. They say, how could we be in two places at once? Whereas in the book, they're excited to tell Ron, their friend... They're excited to tell Ron that their friend what happened. Where in the movie they're like, nah, let's keep him out of the loop as well. Poor Ron. We're a broken frickin' leg, as Kurt Angle would say. I think I stole that from Max. I feel like Max made that joke a few book clubs ago, where he said how Ron had a broken frickin' leg, which is a reference to a wrestler called Kurt Angle, who famously won a gold medal, in the way that he puts it, with a broken frickin' neck. One of the greatest heels of all time, guys. Fantastic. Kurt Angle's. There's a good video about wrestling, guys. You ever watch any Eye Patch Wolf? Super Eye Patch Wolf. He's got a YouTube channel. Talks a lot about anime and a lot of video games and stuff like that, but occasionally he talks about wrestling. He posted a video just after everything started going wrong a few weeks ago for me. Called The Unreality of Pro Wrestling. It's an hour and a half, so it's a bit of a chunky video, but it is brilliant, guys. And it basically charters the career of who is arguably my favourite wrestler at the moment. And I've loved this wrestler longer than most people did, because most people absolutely hated him. It's called The Unreality of Pro Wrestling, guys. It's an hour and a half long. If you can get through it, I highly recommend it, because it's a story of someone who came in hot, really, really popular, got pushed to the moon, and everyone, apart from me and some other people, absolutely hated him for it. And, he was the good guy who'd come in and, everyone would just be booing and, chanting, he sucks and everything like that. No matter what they did, they would always just... The audience would just not accept him at all. This all happened in recent years. And how during the pandemic certain things happened, certain very serious things happened, and they changed the course of it in a way where what they're doing with that character now is arguably one of the best wrestling storylines of all time. I would say I would go that far. The wrestler's name is Roman Reigns. If you don't know him, guys. And what he's been doing over the last year a couple of years has been phenomenal, guys. Well, I went to Clash at the Castle in Cardiff, which is a wrestling event, obviously, last year. First ever live wrestling event, which is amazing. It was absolutely insane. The size of this stadium was insane. But by far the highlight of my night was Roman Reigns. I think he's brilliant. I think he's absolutely brilliant. And this video... The Unreality of Pro Wrestling basically charters his journey to getting to that point, because it was not easy, guys. It was not easy. I love that guy's video. And so yeah, I've been watching that over and over and over again in the evenings just to calm my brain down, dealing with all the stuff that's been going on lately for me. That was another massive tangent, but I wanted to mention it because that video is just awesome. I really like it. Anyway, it is an hour and a half though. It's worth it though, in my opinion. Right. So, and also, Super Eye Patch Wolf's videos are always very, very well done, and he has a very good way of explaining storyline and reasoning for things, and how good things can be. His channel's great. I would highly recommend his channel. He's done a video on Undertale and Sonic the Hedgehog and The Simpsons. The first video of his I ever saw was called Simpsons Isn't Simpsons? Was that what it's called? Simpsons Isn't Simpsons. I feel like that's what it's called. No, it's not what it's called. I want to get this right. Because he's done a couple of Simpsons videos, but it's the one in particular. The Fall of the Simpsons, How It Happened. That's what it's called. The Fall of the Simpsons, How It Happened. That is a brilliant video about the Simpsons and its downfall over the years, guys. Anyway, enough waffle. I just want to have a little tangent there. So we'll have a little tangent. Let's get on with this because this chapter is way too long as it is. We're nearly there though, guys. We're on the last thing. So Hermione actually turns the time turner in and is dropping Muggle studies purely because she just can't cope. She just cannot cope with it. Hermione's been through the... She's had a really bad book, guys. She really has. Ron says that he couldn't believe that he didn't tell Harry and Ron about the time turners sooner. And he says, we're supposed to be your friends. And I've got in capital letters here. In this year, Ron, question mark. Because Ron, particularly, but even Harry, have been ghosting Hermione a lot. It's been a hard time for Hermione. And so for her to open up about the time turner was going to be pretty unlikely. No, sure, they started the year. And she got the time turner when they were all still friends. But they have not been best of friends this year. Poor Hermione, seriously. She's had such a bad book. Ron suggests Harry come to stay with the Weasleys, which is very interesting. He says that he's worked out how to use the Peloton, which is amazing. And Hermione picks her up and says, "Telephone, Ron. You should do Muggle studies." Peloton. He's worked out how to use it though. That's pretty impressive. I hope he doesn't shout next time though. It was him that shouted, wasn't it? It was. So that's all good. So it sounds like Harry may actually be spending a lot of time with the Weasleys. Which I would love that. I really hope the next book starts a few weeks before the World... No, I think it's unlikely to start a few weeks before the World Cup. But I hope that we get a lot of context about what they've been doing at the Weasleys, yeah? I hope so, because that was gorgeous at the start of Chamber, guys. Mention of the Quidditch World Cup. Arthur usually gets tickets through work. I do speculate here. Arthur must be quite well paid, guys. He must be quite well paid. It's a London job for one thing, which I'd imagine would come into it as well. It's a very important high up role that he has. You know, it's headline grabbing when it comes to it and everything. Obviously, he has a lot of kids, though, and so that's why they're always struggling. But I do sometimes get the impression that there's a proper class thing going on between the Malfoys and the Weasleys. But at the same time, it's not, the Weasleys ain't no chopped liver, guys, whatever that means. You know, it's not like Arthur is like, you know, he's not Filch, you know. He's quite high up the ladder. I do feel sometimes that we're given the impression that Arthur isn't as successful as he actually is, you know? I'm probably talking bobbins there, guys. But Harry buys himself a large lunch on the trolley on the way back. But he doesn't buy anything with chocolate in, which is so strange because a couple of scenes ago he was munching on chocolate as Hermione told Ron about what they've been doing. But I love the fact that he has had a lot of chocolate this year, guys. He's gonna have, his teeth are gonna be horrendous. Luckily, with the stone to look after the teeth. I do think it's funny that he's just like, I'm just sick of chocolate now. A small owl arrives with a letter for Harry, and it's from Black. Admits that it was him that sent him the firebolt. Hermione instantly smugly says that she was right about it being Black that sent it. But I've got down here, but it wasn't evil Black, Hermione. You thought it was evil Black who did it. So Hermione was right. So she's 1 for 1 when it comes to predictions. When it comes to her and Trelawney. Imagine her becoming the V-Bobby teacher in future. Wouldn't that be crazy? You remember at the end of Deathly Hallows when it shows them in the future and everything? Imagine if Hermione was the... it's not divination, is that? I can't remember what it's called. The psychic class, you know? That would be strange. That would be a twist. Crookshanks took the order in under Harry's name, but you know, so Black like wrote the order, Harry Potter, but then he gave his vault details for Gringotts. How did Gringotts agree to do that and not flag it up with the Ministry? Surely, because Gringotts are Gringotts are on top of security. But what about fraud? Because that alarm bells all over Gringotts should have been going off the second that someone tried to take any money out of Black's account. For one, it could have been a thief. But two, it could have been Black. And so, yeah, the fact that they would have gone to Sirius Black's vault and thought, yeah, this is all normal. Yeah, this notorious murderer. We're going to take some money out of it. Says Harry Potter. Says that's what they're known to do. I would have thought Gringotts would be smarter than that. I may have got the wrong end of the stake, but that did blow my mind. The fact that, you know, it's Harry Potter and then a different vault. It's like, are there no checks at Gringotts? Seriously. Black considers the firebolt to make up for the 13 years of presents that Harry should have been getting from his godfather, which is lovely. Black actually apologizes for giving Harry a fright back in the street at the start of the book, where Harry like accidentally falls back and moves his hand over the curb to make the bus arrive. I think that's awesome. That reminds me of like the first thing that Black is worried about in the Shrieking Shack is Ron. He's like worried about Ron getting up and like injuring himself more and everything like that. You know, like the fact that Black would even remember that he gave Harry that spook is awesome, and I love the fact that that's called back to here. I think that is a brilliant word, a brilliant point there. Black says he will be writing again soon, which is very interesting. We certainly didn't get anything like that. In fact, in the movie, there's no note at all. It's just a butt-beak feather, wasn't there? So yeah, that's awesome that he's going to be writing to him, presumably fairly regularly. He did say in the letter that he wrote to him at this point because he wanted him to get it before he went to the Dursleys, because he doesn't know if the Dursleys are okay with owl mail. But I think that Harry told them how horrible the Dursleys are. And so I think he probably would have worked out. So we'll see how he contacts him in the future. Obviously in the movie, in Goblet, I think it is, he's in the fire, isn't he? Is it Goblet? I feel like it's Goblet. Anyway. It includes a permission note for Harry to go to Hogsmeade, which is very... At first when I heard that, I thought, how the heck is that going to be acceptable? But it's going to Dumbledore. And so Dumbledore will be the one to say yes or no if that's okay. Dumbledore's absolutely going to say it's okay. But imagine if the Ministry found out about that letter. That would be... Not the Ministry, sorry, the Prophets found out about a letter from Sirius Black saying it's okay for Harry to go to Hogsmeade. That would be a headline catcher. Ron gets a new owl! I have no idea what it's going to be called. That's awesome. I'm delighted for him. It's to replace Scabbers. I mean, Black Light says because I, you know, essentially got rid of his rat. Here's a new pet, a blooming owl guy. Good for Ron. That's awesome. Hermione nearly got an owl as well, because they could all have had owls, although they wouldn't have survived the movie because of Crookshanks. They probably would have survived, because they wouldn't have been. No, they would. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Let's get through this, seriously. So Ron getting a new owl is awesome. I hope that pays off. I hope we get a name and everything, because this is going to be a new character to me, guys. Little baby owl. Very cute little thing, apparently. Harry tells Vernon about... oh, yeah, so they get back to King's Cross and everything, and it's ending very similar to the Philosopher's Stone, where it's all like, and Harry's going off to enjoy his summer torturing Dudley, but it's more torturing Vernon this time. And like Vernon's like, what's that in your hand? Like straight away, he's like saying, oh, it's a letter from my godfather, a convicted murderer. And he likes to check in on me, to make sure that I'm happy. Just twisting the knife there, it's amazing. So yeah, I got down here, very similar to Philosopher's Stone. And my final note on this chapter is Ginny was barely in this book. I just assumed that she was going to be in it a little bit, but no, she. And you guys did point out the fact that, you know, because she's in a younger year and everything, and the fact that she's kind of doing the Notice Me Senpai sort of thing, which is something which I haven't said on my channel for a long time. Yeah, the fact that Harry wouldn't notice her. Because it's all from Harry's point of view. Either way, guys, that is... I didn't change this. Oh, balls. That's fine. So this will have been down here the entire time, guys. I forgot to edit that in. So I'll have to edit that in. Jonas's wonderful sideboard for this chapter, which I forgot to change in. So sorry, Jonas. But you will have seen it there the entire time because I will be editing it in. Which means the export for this video is going to take even longer because it's 5 hours long and I need to add an extra layer just to put that in there. No, it won't be. No, because I will be using that layer for the picture of Lupin in Only Fools and Horses and also the book club post. So it shouldn't affect the export time too much. Either way, let's get on to I'll do my character of the book next, and then we'll have a look at the poll, and then we will get on to the wonderful book club. But what a great experience this book has been. The take on the different characters, and it's not just Hermione, guys. It's not just Lupin. It's Black. It's Harry. It's Ron. Snape. Everyone is done so differently in the movie compared to the book. And so I know that the ideal way of doing this is reading the book and then watching the movie. That's how a lot of you guys have done it. I say not ideal, but it's the way that a lot of you guys would have done it. I thought I wasn't recording then. That gave my heart a skip. But there is something really awesome about doing it this way around. You know what it is, guys? You know what it is? If you've read the book back to back a billion times and then go to watch a movie and there's some things that are let down in it, you're going to be annoyed. You're going to be annoyed with that scene where Ron agrees with Snape in the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson when he's having a go at Hermione. Which is completely opposite from what happens in the book. Whereas for me, I'm not annoyed at the movie. I'm annoyed at I don't like the scene where Hermione says, "You owe me an apology," with Scabbers, because that feels like it's going out of its way to not understand Hermione's character and the situation that these three have been in. The fact that poor Hermione in the book is so good, guys, so good. She's absolutely one of my absolute... Okay, we'll do it like this, guys. Hermione is my second favourite character in this book. And it was close, guys. Seriously, I think that her story arc is so different in the book. And I just felt terrible for her the entire time. Even when Harry wasn't doing so much, because obviously we're experiencing all from his standpoint, I'm thinking, poor Hermione. It's essentially... You know, that scene where she's hiding in the loos in Philosopher's Stone, but stretched over months. There are months where they're not talking. And, you know, I think Hermione does have other friends. I don't think it is the case that Harry and Ron are her only friends. I don't think the book suggests that. I don't think the movie suggests that at any point. I feel like she does have other friends. I mean, she refers to Myrtle as Moaning Myrtle. Presumably because other girls that she speaks to, that's what they call her and everything. And obviously, you know, in the movie of Order of the Phoenix, she introduces Luna as Loony Luna. And so you get the impression that she does have some friends where, you know, they're gossiping and talking about other people and everything, and socialising. Not that Hermione's had much time to socialise anyway. So I don't believe it's the case that Ron and Hermione are her only friends. I just don't think that there is much time given to seeing her hang out with other people, you know. In fact, later on in the movie, doesn't it suggest that Hermione and Ginny are best friends? I feel like it does, weirdly. And I remember in the movie thinking, oh, really? Okay. Fair enough. I don't know if that happened. I can't remember, to be honest. I really like movie Hermione, guys. I do. Book Hermione is so relatable in this. The fact that she... You remember when she basically gives Harry an ultimatum saying, if you go to Hogsmeade, I will tell McGonagall. And she's saying it truly knowing that this is curtains for her friendship with Harry. But she's still willing to do it. I love her. I think Book Hermione was brilliant and so relatable, so that she goes through the blooming mill in this movie. Ron goes through the mill as well. He has his leg broken and everything. And he's not the comedy character in this book, guys. He's really not. In the movie, he's full-on comedy in this movie. And again, I shouldn't just be comparing, guys, but it is the big thing with Hermione in the book, where compared to the movie, she's so much more understandable, relatable, and likable. She does the bravest thing, in my opinion, of basically saying, okay, I know this is the end of our friendship, but I will tell on you if you go and risk your life. Good stuff. 2 thumbs up for Hermione, book Hermione. I thought that was brilliant. My favourite character from the book, guys. You know what? Like I say, it was close. But the Shrieking Shack scene absolutely sold it for me. Lupin, what a boss he was in that scene. Just completely cool, just calming everyone's situation down. He's just awesome. The thing is, guys, is that the movie did do a brilliant job with Lupin. We had that wonderful scene where he's talking about Lily to Harry, which isn't in the book at all. What a brilliant scene that was. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, actually beautiful scene on the bridge. So it's not like he was done badly in the movie. The actor is just phenomenal. Again, I've said it a million times, but if you haven't seen his version of an Inspector Calls, the BBC version, he is fantastic as Inspector Ghoul. So I'd go and watch that. I'd go and watch it without knowing anything about it, guys, because that's how I went into it. I just noticed it was on, and I remember thinking, oh, my brother teaches that, and I ain't got anything to do, I'm going to watch this instead. I had no idea it was going to be that sort of story, but it was powerful. And he is great in it. Everyone's great in it. Mr. Burling, played by one of the actors who plays one of the dwarfs in The Hobbit. It's Balin. Balin? Is it Balin? Doop-doop-doop. It is Balin! Oh, I got it right first time! Yeah, Balin. He is phenomenal. He's a very different character in the Spectacles, but yeah. So, it's not like they did a bad job. It's not like with Hermione, where I just feel like there were certain bits where I was just like, wow, the book is so much better and more realistic and more relatable. Not realistic, sorry, more relatable than movie version. Lupin was done brilliantly in the movie. But there were certain little things which were changed. I do feel like they were changed so that Black could be a more loving and trustworthy person for the end of the movie, you know? And so they took some aspects, and it's hard to really describe it. They took some aspects of Lupin and gave them to Black in the movie. But Lupin, in that Shrieking Shack scene, is just so cool, calm, coordinated, and just defusing the situation just brilliantly. It's I loved it. You know, the disappointed talk that he gives to Harry regarding the map and everything. I know it's quite similar to like it is in the movie, but you really get the impression that has hit Harry harder than Snape scolding him ever could in the book, you know. The movie's a bit different because when he scolds him about the map in the movie, it ends with them potentially teasing that Lupin is a bad guy. With that wonderful moment, which I keep on going on about, where Harry says that he saw the name Peter Pettigrew on the map, and Lupin's just like, that's not possible. Oh, I love the way he delivers that line, guys. So yeah, you leave that scene thinking, oh, hang on, something could be up here. Whereas in the book, it's just pure, you know, shame by Harry. For Harry, sorry. So Lupin was, when I started this book, guys, I was thinking Lupin will likely be my favourite character, but I gave everyone a fair whack at it. Ron was awesome in this book. Even the stuff which I disagreed with him, you know, regarding Hermione and everything. But then again, you could argue that he was right about Hermione, regarding Crookshanks and Scabbers and everything. But yeah, I'll say this: Hermione was close to being my favorite character, guys, and that says something when you're going up against Lupin. So that would have been, who was my favorite character? Is Lockhart, wasn't it? From Chamber. So as I remember, my favorite character in Philosopher's Stone was Hermione. Then we went to Lockhart in Chamber Secrets. Prisoner of Azkaban, very, very closely could have been Hermione again. That would have been crazy, wouldn't it? Because the thing is, I remember, guys, getting loads of comments when I was doing my movie reaction saying, oh, Ron is hard done by in these movies. I think Hermione is hard done by in these movies, guys. I really do. Because you don't... to make a good character isn't to make them feel infallible. Is that the right term? It's to make them relatable. In my opinion, guys. And like I say, I really like movie Hermione. This is absolutely not a rant on like the movies or the actor or anything like that. But book Hermione, she's braver in my opinion. We didn't have that scene where Hermione's like saying, "Okay, this is the end of our friendship, Harry, but I will not allow you to go to Hogsmeade, as I will tell you." I think she said she's going to tell him about the map, in fact, didn't she? Yeah. Yeah. Hermione could have stolen her second best character from a book, but it is Lupin. And I think that a lot of us would have expected that to be the case. So, I guess now we could speculate who my favourite character from Goblet is going to be. I am fascinated to meet Cedric properly. As I know we met him briefly here, but I am fascinated to meet him properly. And obviously a lot of stuff's going to be happening with Ron and Hermione next time. You know, Hermione might win it again, guys. You never know. It is Goblet where I get so confused with Lavender, guys. I really do. No, because Slughorn's there. So was it Half-Blood Prince when Ron and Lavender are together? I'm gonna look this up, guys, because it confuses me so much when Lavender is actually Dooby-dooby-doo. Did Lavender Brown date Ron? In her 5th year, Lavender joined Dumbledore's army and organization foundation. During her 6th year, she dated Ron. Okay, I'm going to stop reading there just in case it says anything else. So that means it is Half-Blood Prince. That's crazy. I thought it was a Goblet. Oh, man. No, of course it wasn't Goblet. Because Ron and Harry are trying to get dates, aren't they? Oh, that's going to be fun. If that even happens in the movie, in the book. Anyway, there you go, guys. Favourite character, Lupin. I think it was always likely to happen. But Hermione, a close second. So, now, let's move on to our poll. And see which scene you guys wanted to be in the movie the most, but wasn't. And we've got a few to go through, so I'll go through it quickly. And I'll go through a couple of comments just to see if there's any other suggestions in there. But, there you go. Let me know your favourite character from this book as well, guys. Specifically the book. Who's your favourite character from the book? Okay, so there are some additional suggestions. So basically when I did the poll, I set it up and then said if there's anything else, put it in the comments and then give likes and so on to ones which you agree with if you read it there. CR saying how the poll for is going to be as long as the Philosopher's Stone for the next 4 books, which will be, I'm looking forward to it. 4 books? Yes, of course. I'm getting confused. Ron standing up to Sirius Black with a broken leg. A more complete explanation of both Peter's framing and Sirius's escape from Azkaban, absolutely. Harry sending Patronus at Draco during the Quidditch match. Yeah, a lot of the options which I gave are catch-all, but they're a bit big. Some of the options are big, so I put. So it's great to see more, toned suggestions here. But yeah, I thought I'd just show you these. I picked Crookshank's shopping scene, but really all Crookshank stuff. I should have just said Crookshank's additional story arc because, I said Crookshank's pet shop as an option, and that's a little bit too precise in that. I thought of multiple, but let's say number one would be overworked Hermione. No, we definitely include that in the poll. Yeah. So yeah, there are the comments for it. Thank you so much everyone for taking part. And now here's the poll itself, guys. And so you can see that there is a clear winner. But what I guess I will do is I'll read through them all real quickly, guys, and then I'll say what the top three are. But so the options that I gave you are as follows. I'm recording, aren't I? Yes, I am. So now I'm paranoid. I'm like Harry. The options were a whole week of Aunt Marge, Harry blackmailing Vernon. With 16 points there. A longer and calmer night bus scene, 18 points there. Now, I feel like that's probably 18 because it's not high because the movie scene is brilliant. They're so good, both versions. But so it's like apples and oranges, whereas, obviously a week-long Aunt Marge scene would have been an actual addition rather than a change. Harry's week at the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley with 104 votes, guys. That's higher than I was expecting that one, but it is good stuff, though. Cadogan, all scenes, 22 points. Fangirls, Pravati, and Lavender for all these multiple predictions. I feel like that could have been actually quite important to include that, because there wasn't really much of it, but I really like the Lavender and Pravati fangirl story arc, though. It's really cool for them to get their own thing going on, Crookshank's pet store scene. Again, I should have just said Crookshank's additional scenes. Bring that down just a little bit, like that. Stupid Gryffindor cheating their way to winning the stupid Quidditch Cup, plus Comedy Oliver. Comedy Oliver should have been a separate option, because Comedy Oliver was brilliant. So I was not expecting that at all. And that's it for him now, isn't it, Oliver? That's it. Unless he's going to be a part of the war in the future, that's it for Oliver. What a great way to go out. He was brilliant in this book, guys. I reckon that some people may even vote him as being the character of the book, because his stuff was actually... When it comes to funniness, guys, I think he was hands down the funniest character in this book. Fred and George really weren't in it that much. I think that Oliver was actually the funniest character in the book, guys. Let me know your thoughts. With 26 points. The whole Firebolt Christmas present arc, not including the Christmas dinner, which will be a separate option. 64 points. I probably would have thought that would be getting a little bit more, guys, because that is huge. And it's so... Any book readers watching the last scene of Prisoner of Azkaban for the first time, I can't imagine would be too happy. You know what I mean? In my opinion, it feels so thrown in there, you know what I mean? Especially as I keep saying, if you know what I mean. Especially as Lupin is off out and everything. Because in the book, Harry's really down at this point. And so to have this suddenly, oh, I've got a new shiny toy. Sort of thing, you know? It's you know what I mean? I keep saying it. It seems so out of place, and so I would have thought that this one would get more, but it might be because I didn't include Christmas dinner part of it. It may have reduced the voice, but there you go. Snape's crushing of a rebellious Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This including Ron defending Hermione. Now this was, I got so many comments when we got to this point in the book, guys. We're saying, okay, this is my first absolute things I hate about the movies. I got a lot of comments saying that, guys, and so I'm not surprised this did pretty well with 43 votes. Extremely stressed, overworked, ostracization, which doesn't mean that she's an ostrich. Extreme. That's a really badly written option there, guys. But we're basically overworked, stress Hermione. 66 points. I'm not surprised that did so well, because I feel like that would be one of the ones which I voted for. I did admit I only voted for one, which is a stupid one. But yeah, I feel like that would have been up there for me, absolutely. Snape telling Harry about his hatred for James, Snape's grudge, which is the chapter name. Again, crucial stuff, but it probably could have been covered in the Shaking Shack scene as well. And by far our top option, guys, and I think it was always going to be. Again, I don't think I wrote this option particularly well, but it is a more book accurate cat, rat, and dog / explanation of the Marauders Animagus and the Marauders, I guess you can put in there. When I got to that point, guys, I literally stopped my reading or listening, because I listened to the audiobooks, and went straight to Twitter and said, wait, what? How was this not included? And I didn't say it given any context, but everyone knew what I was talking about. All the Harry Potter followers, anyway, knew what I was talking about. I blew my mind. It really did. The fact that it wasn't at all addressed in the book, in the movie. 216 points, guys. Obviously, if you want to go and continue adding to this poll, guys, I'll leave it open. The story of Black tricking Snape, the Whomping Willow, which is so important. It's so important, guys. It really is. 56 points. I'm not surprised that did pretty well. I maybe even expected to get a little bit more, because this is absolutely crucial to Black's character, absolutely crucial to Snape's characters, crucial to everyone. James, everyone. Lupin, in fact. Full exam montage, including Defense Against the Dark Arts Assault Course and Hermione's Boggart. I feel like that would have been another one that I would have voted for. Absolutely, because it just, even just listening to it on the audiobook, it felt like a montage. I could hear the Eye of the Tiger playing in the background and so on, you know. So that got 49 points. Christmas dinner got 26 points. Good scene, though. It is a good scene. Harry's birthday gifts got the least points, which is obviously the first. Yep, I got the least points out of everything. The first scene in the book got the least points with 8 points. And unbelievably, guys, the one with the second least points is the only one that I voted for. So technically, it's only 10 points for Ron's massive feat. So if you can think of any other options that should have been on this poll, please do let me know in the comments, guys. But there we go. You can still go and add to it if you disagree with it, or if you want to add your vote to it, I should say. Also, that's something else. What is that? Oh, it's stuff about Buffy. Yeah, stuff about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Spoilers for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'm enjoying Buffy the Vampire Slayer, guys. I just watched the Zeppo on the Patreon. My God, that was a stressful episode. I was so confused throughout the entire thing. Either way, it is brilliant. Either way, thank you so much for taking part in the poll, guys. We should do more of these. We should do more of these polls. I'll work out what else we can do polls for, but this is a lot of fun. And yeah, any other suggestions for what should have been in Prisoner of Azkaban, the movie? Let me know in the comments. Let's go on over to the book club. Okay. So now it is time for the Harry Potter Book Club. Like I say, you can go back to Patreon for as little as you want and get to be a part of this in the future. There are some rules that you need to follow, guys. Sometimes some of the comments do get a little bit long. So this time I did. I think I did say if you could try and keep them a little bit shorter in future and everything. But it's all very laid back, guys. I know that very often if there's something like a particular topic that you really cannot wait to talk about, I want you to be able to get everything down that you want to say. And also if you're new here and you're excited about being a part of it, it's okay, guys. But just so we can keep things flowing. My real issue, when it comes to longer comments, it basically means I'm not going to be able to address them as much because I need to get through them. So if you leave a short comment, I'm more likely to talk for longer about it than I am a longer comment. If that makes any sense, I hope that makes sense. Either way, we're now over to the book club. Lizette's going to be kicking us off. I got my hot chocolate as always, and my time turner is still on as well for the final time. Well, no, I'm sure I'll wear it again in the future. But either way, Lizette's going to kick us off here, so let's get going. Lizette, regarding Fudge, I think that he much like Snape is driven by fear. He was alive during Voldemort's last period of power, and he is terrified of something like that happening again on his watch. Exclamation mark. That he's willing to get rid of Black as soon as possible to make sure that doesn't happen. It's true, Lizette, and also he's saying about how embarrassing it has been as well. So I do feel like there is a selfish aspect of it where his reputation is getting damaged by Black as well. In my opinion, Snape's reaction in the hospital, both before and after the time travel, is the final proof of the theory that Snape is driven by fear in these scenes. Even Fudge is concerned by his overreaction. He is, yeah. Snape's comments after the escape. This has something to do with Potter. Leaves me thinking that he is confusing Harry with his father again. I think that that's possibly true. Oh, Potter, as in Jet. Oh, I see what you mean, Lizette. I like it. I think he is roaring against James here because he has once again saved Black from punishment and thus denied Snape his right to feel safe. I guess like because of the Patronus as well. Although Snape wouldn't have seen that though. I like it. I really wish the whole Dumbledore locked them in had made it into the movie. That is such a good plan for Dumbledore's part, and all but clear the trio for any involvement. Of course, because they're locked in. Good point. Very good point. The time turner changes your location, though, doesn't it? And also, if you went back in time, the door wouldn't be locked. It's all about who knows that Hermione's got the time turner as well. I feel like they did get away lucky without anyone thinking about the time turner. That is such a good plan on Dumbledore's part. But since they left out Snape's rage over Black's escape, I guess they would never need deniability. Dumbledore's comment, he just suffered a severe disappointment, that's right, he says about Snape, is also one of my favourite Snape moments and goes to show how well Dumbledore understands Snape and his actions, which makes it even more heartbreaking that he has to gaslight Snape about the escape. Unless you're suggesting that Harry and Hermione are able to be in two places at once. He knows that Snape is in the wrong, but he completely understands why Snape can't see it. It's true. You know what, Lizette? You're right. And the thing is that Snape is kind of like going on the offensive against Dumbledore in this book, but particularly at this point, he's like saying how he hopes that Dumbledore won't interfere with the kiss of Black and so on. Great comment, Lizette. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Max, a fame of the description. Thank you so much for those as always. This is the start of why I don't like Snape. He instantly blames Harry for Black's escape, which is correct. That's a good point. He is actually right. But he has absolutely no proof. He even continues after Madame Pomfrey says he had not left his bed. In my opinion, this comes directly from hatred and not an actual intuition of Harry being guilty. His rationale behind it. He's saying it in a rational way, isn't it? So Harry must have something to do with it. And also, he's not saying jinxed Harry. He's saying Harry. Or he's saying Potter, but you know what I mean. But you are right, though, Max. The fact that Snape is actually correct. He also lets the Slytherins know about Lupin knowing exactly what would do to his job status. While not evil, Snape is absolutely butthole and I see it more every time I go through the series. I can't wait for Goblet of Fire. Thank you so much, Max. That's very interesting. You say that you see it more each time you go through. Did you read the books or did you watch the movies first, Max? I actually don't know. I think you saw the movies first. I'm not sure. I actually don't know, Max. I know you grew up with these, of course, but that's very interesting. The fact that it becomes more set in your mind the more you read them. Very good stuff. And yeah, I can't wait for Goblet of Fire either. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Yill. Okay, I'm sorry. Come on. I hope you Yael. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at reading names, and we go through this every single time as well. I'm sorry. I hope you have enjoyed this book and are ready for a long book full of new characters, side plots, red herrings, and lots of new information. Oh my goodness, I don't know if I'm ready for it after that introduction. That's quite a way of putting it. Lots of new characters. I mean, we met a new owl today, haven't we? That threw me for 6. That did. Do you want to know how many chapters does it take for us to get back to Hogwarts? I'll be commenting more next book, pointing out some things and trying to start some discussions without spoilers. It's finally time for Goblet of Fire. Sounds like you guys are excited about the start of Goblet of Fire, guys. I am too. I feel almost a little bit sad about finishing Prisoner of Azkaban because it was brilliant. But yeah, the excitement of the unknown. Because it is, because going into all these books, I was like, okay, I'm not going to know the gist of it. Apparently, Goblet of Fire, not so much, guys. So, new characters is there, though. Red herrings as well. Thank you so much for your comment, Yul. And again, I'm sorry for how I say your name. Dara. My second favourite book in the series. I remember how much I loved it. That, for once, it was not Voldemort. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of about him, but not directly at all, though. That's so true. On chapter 22, I hate how the movie once more made a clown out of Ron. How did you get there where he is just unconscious? It's true, Dara, and also it's out of character. Like, Hermione, like, Harry's like, say, tell about Hermione. And, like, Hermione, like, presumably excitedly tells Ron. Because they would be excited, but the fact that they just basically mock him with his broken leg, which Dumbledore just smacked. I don't know. Yeah, Dumbledore said calmly, and I am seeing him being calm in this film, Goblet, towards Snape. Snickers. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we'll have to celebrate the moment when we get to that point in the book. Also, I love the end. At the end, Harry making sure Vernon knows his godfather is a murderer. That's how Jim Delray said it. It's great. Jim, evil cackle. On another note, not for the book club, being godparent, I have four godchildren. It means I take very hands-on approach on their upbringing. Now, this is what I was asking last time, wasn't it? My youngest goddaughter is now 6, and the circumstance of her birth are complicated and left her mother in a coma and a dad running. So I took the tiny 3-day-old baby in and raised her for the first 2 years until her mother was able to take it back. Oh my goodness, Dara, that's amazing. She came out of a coma after 5 months, but then came to live with us as well, since she could no longer live on her own with the baby. Also, here in Germany, being godparent is strictly a church thing. So yes, I am also taking this very seriously. Me being Roman Catholic and all. Well, there you go, of course, Dara. That's fascinating. Well, good for you and your family. That's amazing. And I'm glad that the mother is okay. Or better, at least. Now we move on to the second worst film adaptation of the book. The worst is still Half-Blood Prince. You will understand why I say that after you finish book 4. And yay, that means I can now send you a goblet of fire box. Yes, so Dara says Dara and family have been sending me these wonderful boxes, guys, of stuff to the PO box. You can send me stuff if you wish, guys. My birthday is in October, and so we're getting towards that sort of time. There should be a link in the description taken to a video explaining how you do that. But yeah, Dara and family have been sending me boxes per movie, which has been phenomenal. So thank you so much. In fact, Dara got this commissioned as well, my lovely wand. And so I have a Fantastic Beasts box downstairs to open, but unfortunately I still haven't gotten the previous video out yet, and so I've recorded it. And so I really need to get up to speed with that, but like I said, everything's been quiet lately, hasn't it? So thank you so much, Dara. I look forward to that, but yeah, I still need to open up the Fantastic Beasts box, which I'm looking forward to. Jacqueline, I didn't want to mention in the last book club that you still get the speech Sirius gives, but I think it makes more sense coming from Dumbledore. Sirius hasn't really earned that kind of emotional moment with Harry yet. I completely agree with that, Jacqueline. Does Dumbledore say stuff that that Black said? As he probably would have done. Oh, about the like, because he says to Lupin about Pettigrew, doesn't he, in the movie? But yeah, Dumbledore definitely takes some of the stuff in the book as well, though. I agree as well about not earning the emotional moment, and I feel like that emotional moment makes Harry seem like the person who's been saved rather than the savee. You know what I mean? The rescuer, I should say. Savee. This chapter has yet another reason why I don't like Snape as a person. Him spilling Lupin's secret. Lupin was going to resign anyway because of what happened. I'm wondering if he may have even already quit. Resigned, I should say. But I do think he was going to resign anyway, though, because he feels ashamed of what happened. Lupin does, not so much in the movie. In the movie, guys. There was no reason to tell anyone about him being a werewolf. It's true. That is. I did speculate in the book club that maybe Lupin wasn't, or at least Snape didn't know, or maybe Lupin wasn't going to resign, and so Snape did it to protect the students. I think that's a stretch. I'll be interested to see if anyone argues that, but magical hot chocolate. There was onto the lighter moment. Ron asking Crookshanks to make sure that Owl is actually an owl always makes him smile. Did I even mention that? In my notes I said in my notes I wrote Ron scans the owl via Crookshanks. I don't think I actually mentioned that bit, did I? I didn't. I don't think I did. That is amazing. And the fact that he's trusting Crookshanks to do it as well, and to not snap at it as well, is actually very cool. That's an accepting moment. You know, that's a non-verbal accepting moment. Right. That whole scene is a lovely way to end the book. Plus, Harry telling the Dursleys about Sirius just chef kiss. Didn't I do that just now? I don't know if we were talking about the same thing. If I was talking about the same thing, that is insane. No, I don't think I was. Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Harry doesn't want any chocolate as well is such a brilliant little detail in there. Jacqueline, great comment. Thank you so much for saying. Florin, what do you think about the ability of owls to seemingly find someone wherever they are once they were sent by that person? I think they could have used that to find Black pretty easy with that. Unless, I mean, the thing is, it's a magical thing. And so it could be a connection that owls have with human beings. And if the human being doesn't want to be found, then they can't be. Is that a stretch, Lauren? Also, Harry would have been scheduled to be on that train. I'm trying to think of other times where owls arrive in neutral areas. Because they arrive at the Dursleys, they arrive at the Weasleys, they arrive at Hogwarts, obviously. Harry would have been known to be on the train. In fact, Black could have sent it saying, okay, get to Hogwarts Express and look for this dude. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. But I would like the idea that if someone didn't want to be found, then they couldn't be. Because people do have the right to disappear. It's a very interesting discussion, guys, but people do have the right to disappear. You know, not when they're convicted criminals and everything, that's different. But, you know, the fact that people have the right to not be found if they don't want to be. That would be overruled by this whole owl thing, the way that you're putting it. That's very interesting. But yes, there is an accidental additional joke created by translation. Oh, these are always good. Ron wants to call Harry on the Felitone telephone, which is Feliton telephone in Germany. If you say Feliton, it sounds similar to Felton, which would roughly translate to missing sound. Quite the opposite effect of a phone call should have. Oh my goodness, Lauren, that must be confusing. So Ron has worked out how to use silence. That's amazing. I love these little. At least it wasn't a rude one, because normally it's a rude one. Remember the one about the about pumpkin pasty? I think we had a couple of book reviews ago. Great comment, Florin. Thank you so much for that, and the translation as well. That's hilarious. Dinsdale. For some reason, the book doesn't end with Harry zooming off in a broomstick on his new broom, laughing. I thought he was scared when I watched it, guys. But my brother said, I remember talking to my brother after, because his favourite Harry Potter movie is Prisoner of Azkaban. He likes them all, guys, but he particularly likes Prisoner of Azkaban. I think because of the age group, you know. I think that is like a particular time in his youth that he really remembers fondly is this age. But I remember saying to him, I thought that Harry screaming at the end, and it should just come up with Harry was never seen again. I didn't realise he was laughing, but he is though, isn't he? It would been funnier if he wasn't. I think it'd be funny if he wasn't laughing. Just going, ah. Jokes aside, and also, yeah, that is a weird ending, isn't it? That's basically, okay, we're done with the movie, bye. Jokes aside, I love the torches from Sirius, remembering that Harry's broom needs replacing, and gives Ron some comfort after the shock of losing a pet in the strangest way possible. Oh, Sirius, sorry, this is why I always have to say Snape and Black. Fantastic godfather, and amazing that he even thinks of Ron too. Yeah, I really like his approach to Ron. I really do. We talked about it earlier on with the broken leg and everything. But like you say, remembering that he gave Harry a shock in the streets. What a great... And the fact that he must have felt bad about that ever since, for him to bring that up in a letter. Yeah, that's awesome. I thought that was a really good character point. Another example of Ron as an afterthought in the movies. What do you think? Could be a time constraint, but I think it's great touch that could be achieved in a few lines of dialogue. Can't wait for book 4. This is where it all gets juicy. I like the term. Ron is just pure comedy in this movie, isn't he? He really is. And it's a shame, guys, because he was an absolute trooper in it as well. Ron and Hermione's relationship in this book absolutely should have been better done in the movie. Ron taking a backseat, I don't mind it that much, because at the end of Chamber, Hermione's out cold. The tail end, the final chapter of, not the final chapter, sorry, the final act of Chamber of Secrets, Hermione's not in it until right at the end. So I don't mind it. It almost feels like it's Ron's turn, you know? But the fact that he is just a comedy character, it does stick in my craw a bit. And the disrespect that Harry and Hermione give him when he wakes up as well. Oh no, he's already awake, isn't he, in the movie? Thank you so much for your comments. Sandra. Ha, Veggie. Lupin packed up his office is sad. If he stayed, maybe Dumbledore would be sacked. I think that's possibly likely. He is someone who gave Lupin so many opportunities, so Lupin would feel terrible. Maybe Lupin thought resigning would show the Wizarding community that he took people's safety serious. I think so, Sandra, and also it was Lupin in his own mind doing the right thing. Not to send any messages anywhere, but accepting that, you know, he could have hurt, he could have more than hurt students. And that not being in the movie, it really changes that scene, guys. And I love that scene where Lupin's leaving in the movie. Apart from the fact that Harry clearly doesn't care. I'm joking. It changes the whole dynamic that Lupin agrees with the letters that were absolutely going to start turning up the next day. Parents would start pulling their children out of school. Then again, they didn't do it last time in Chamber, did they? Although that was all being kept pretty hush-hush, wasn't it? I think. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. It's sad, guys. It really is. I freaking love Lupin. I wonder why Harry and Ron didn't take Muggle studies. Harry knows just as much as Hermione. I know care of magical creatures and divinations are necessary for the plot, but imagine how happy Arthur would have been. That's so true. That is so... well... But Ron, he doesn't resent his family, but he's not... No, the Weasleys would want their kids to take the subjects that they want. I think that maybe Ron and Harry saw care for magical creatures as a potentially easier thing. Because as I remember, they ended up just choosing what each of them were going to be choosing anyway. And I guess divination from someone who's not capable of doing it is essentially just doing nothing, isn't it? Although you're not going to be able to pass it very well. Did they pass? Did Harry and Ron pass divination? They must have done. How? That's a really good point. Anyway. Because Ron just made a load of stuff up, didn't he? With his massive feet. But yeah, Arthur would have absolutely been delighted with that. Muggle studies wise... The thing is for Harry is that he would have to be learning this stuff from the standpoint of wizards. So it's not like... He would probably have to answer some questions wrong to get them right. Like how a telephone works or something like that. He may actually know the answer, but he has to give the wizarding answer, you know? So maybe Muggle Studies isn't necessarily going to be the easiest. Although Percy did suggest to Harry in Chamber of Secrets to take Muggle Studies because he needs to how did he put it? Play to his strengths. There we go. Remember the term. Yeah, he actually did, didn't he? But yeah, Harry and Ron just wanted to hang out together, essentially. I like Prisoner of Azkaban and how things tie up. However, I absolutely love Goblet of Fire. Top 3 for me. I can't wait for you to get so much extra info. Cheers. Sandra, I can't wait either. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. Yeah. Lots of hype about Goblet of Fire, guys. Seriously, it's gonna be fun. Josh, this is not my favourite book, mostly because I don't like the near complete focus on one thing for the entire book, not to mention the almost complete absence of Ginny. This is what we were talking about earlier on. I feel like JKR missed a great opportunity to have Harry and Ginny bond over the absolute hell that the Dementors, that is Dementors, and be forced to relive their traumatic memories. Ginny would... Oh my goodness, Josh. That's so true. I didn't even think about how the Dementors would have affected her. Ginny has an increased presence in the rest of the series. I thought that would be the case. But I always thought it was odd we didn't really hear from her off the worst year of her life. I would have loved to know how she was doing in the her second year at Hogwarts. That's so true, Josh. And I do feel like it is played purposefully like that as well, to make her feel like she's not a member of the absolute, you know, the A team, you know what I mean? Not the A team, you know, the main characters. The A team. But it would have been nice, particularly with the Dementors and her. I didn't give that a second thought. Great comment. Stephen, ha, Veggie. I gotta say that overall, I think this book is probably one of my favourites, with how things start to make more sense once you have all the clues. Did I achieve? I did. I think overall they did a great job with making this into a movie. I do as well, Stephen. The characters really start to show a lot more personality than the previous entries. My favourite thing about this book, that's true, actually, they really are. I can't wait for you to get to Goblet of Fire, my favourite book in the series. Oh my god, Goblet of Fire is getting some love here, guys. Looking forward to it myself. Thank you so much, Stephen. Great comment. And yeah, you really start to see their personalities all branch out now, aren't you? In the books. Tammy, hi, Veggie. First of all, we finally come to you can't appreciate apparate. You can't apparate and disapparate in the castle part. So glad we finally got that line. I mean, what would have taken them to include that in the movies? Because it's always led to a lot of confusion for movie watchers. It's true. It could have It wasn't. You know the scene where Snape and Dumbledore are talking amongst the sleeping students in the Great Hall? It's not mentioned then, is it? Because that would have been a absolute perfect point to throw it in there. If you're not going to have the scene with Snape, Fudge and Dumbledore after the Time Turner, then to just throw that little line in saying, well, can't disapparate or apparate in and out of the castle. Or maybe it is there. I don't think it is. Let's move on. Also, I like that a lot of little details were explained, like why Hermione doesn't have the Time Turner next year, and why the Dementors had to leave the school, although Black wasn't caught. Very true, absolutely very, very true. Because an innocent boy was attacked, according to Fudge. The Time Turner thing is confusing. I think I came out of Prison of Azkaban, my reaction saying, oh, that's going to be really useful in the future. Never comes up again. I mean, storyline-wise, it is not that important that it was left out of the movie, but still, it answers a lot of questions. Now, I think it is important, Tammy. I think it would have been weird to mention at the start of the next movie. They should have. The thing is that Hermione's not having a bad time in the movie. Book Hermione, I just get the impression she just like her eyes are just exhausted and her hair might be a bit frizzed, like not probably looked after to a normal state. Her clothes might be all just like chucked on and everything. She's just exhausted and tired, or just having a heck of a time. movie Hermione not showing any sign of that at all. And so for her, she's not going to say, I can't take this many classes, I can't cope with it, because quite frankly, she's been coping with it. So they would have had to have another reason. Also, I like that that you can't be in two places at once line came from Dumbledore and not Hermione. Very true. Yeah, of course. Yeah, unless you're suggesting they're two places at once. I really like Dumbledore in the movies, but in the books he is quite cheeky and funny. I love it. Yeah, he's barely in Prisoner of Azkaban. And I feel like that was a conscious decision in the movie, I should say. And I didn't mind it. It was weird considering it was the new actor, but he was clearly like a C-class character in that movie. Behind more relevant characters, I should say. And now we finally get the Goblet of Fire, my second favourite book. Oh my goodness, guys. And least favourite movie. My favourite book, I mean, the thing is, people like certain bits of it, definitely. I swear people find, spoiler alerts, anyone who hasn't seen or read the books yet, Cedric's death, I think, well, not his death, but his father's reaction, I think, is universally loved, right? I don't spoil anything about the book, obviously, guys, but maybe it's just better done in the book. My favourite book is Order of the Phoenix. Sorry, these letters are making you a little bit confused. Order of the Phoenix, but I like Harry Potter Prince a lot too, because that's where we get a ton of background information. So excited! Awesome, Tammy, can't wait for that as well. Thank you so much for your comment, Marianne. I really like the fact that Dumbledore didn't know about the marauders being animagi. He sometimes seems too omniscient and like a god rather than a wizard. It's true, Marianne, and because of that, it makes me think, oh, really, did he not know? Because I'm just used to Dumbledore knowing. So yeah, it definitely makes him more fallible, doesn't it? If that's the right term. It makes him seem more human and makes the marauders seem extra intelligent. Now that is a good point. And the cunning that they could all transform every full moon for years without anyone finding out. That is actually it puts them over, as they say in wrestling. Loved hearing your thoughts for this book, and so excited for you to learn of all the big changes in book 4. Marianne, you're not alone. I cannot wait for it as well. It's going to be awesome. Thank you so much for your great comment. Ha, Veggie. Oh, sorry, from Elias. Elias. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I've been following your series on YouTube for a while and decided to join the Patreon now that we are getting close to the 4th book. Elias, thank you so much. Which is the one I've been looking forward to the most since the beginning. Can't believe it's almost here. It's almost here, Alice. I'm so sorry about the wait on this video, by the way. Back to this chapter. I really liked how in this book and the previous one, the trip back to London on the Hogwarts Express was used to tie up all loose ends. It feels great, doesn't it? Percy's girlfriend and Sirius revealing he was the one who sent the firebolts. Absolutely. When I think, yeah, because the feather hints that it's Sirius, but it's nice to actually hear actually from the horse's mouth, as they say. When reading the books for the first time, it was nice to know that even after the action is done and everyone is going home, you still have some little reveals to look forward to. It's like a little reward at the end of the story, isn't it? It's also cool that this book teases what will happen in the next one with the Quidditch World Cup. It mentions that the World Cup's coming up, doesn't it? Yes, that is awesome. I know why they didn't put it in the movie, but I would have loved to see the Dursleys' face when Harry casually mentions that his godfather is a wanted murderer. It tied up nicely with the beginning of the book when Sirius escaped from the report on Muggle TV. Exactly. I'm wondering if that may have been a bit strong for moviegoers. Having Harry our hero. The thing is, you know what it is, Alias? Harry in the book is a lot more of a realistic kid character who's a bit nasty. Because he is, guy. He's not a pure soul, good person, good egg sort of character. Movie Harry kind of is, even at this point. He really is. And so for him to take that much joy in someone else's misfortune, it would still seem out of place in the movie, because that's just not our Harry. Granted, Prince of Azkaban is the first time where Harry isn't just essentially infallible. I don't know why I keep using that term today. He really is. Because, you know, the way that Draco lives rent-free in his mind all the time. That wouldn't be the case in the movie. In the movie, I can't imagine that Harry gives a second thought about Draco outside of when he's interacting with him. But in the book, he's always thinking about him. So, yeah. Also, as a movie watcher, I guess you're supposed to assume the Time Turner is the one... was a one-time thing and will not be used again as the storytelling plot point. But without Hermione being overworked and telling Harry and Ron that she gave it back at the end of the year, did you think she still had it for the rest of the series and kept using it to attend her classes? You know what it was, Alice? My comment section explained it to me. Because I think at the end of Prince of Azkaban, I was like, that's going to be really good going forward. And commenters saying, hey, Veggie, that's it. I don't think it was the case that when I was watching Goblet of Fire, I was like saying, why not just use the Time Turner? I think by that stage I knew that she didn't have it. I'd had to watch my intro to Goblet of Fire, which tend to be quite chunky, my intros. So that's how it was for me, Alias. But I'd love to hear what other people felt when they first watched the movie, having not read the books, what they thought what the Time Turner's status was. Because, yeah, that could have been... the thing is, Hermione wasn't having a rough time of it. So, why would she give it up? They kind of wrote themselves into a corner there, didn't they? By changing Hermione's character so much. Anyway, great comment. Thank you so much, Alias. And I hope to see you next time as well. And again, sorry for taking so long to get to this review. Jake! Hope you're doing well, Veggie. The reaction of Fudge and Snape in the chapter confuses me. Didn't they know about the Time Turner? I mean, it's possible that Fudge wouldn't because he's the top guy at the Ministry. So he's not going to know every Time Turner that's given out, you know? Maybe he would. And also Snape would have known, right? I don't know, guys. I feel like he would have done. I guess they just didn't think of it. But when Dumbledore says they can't be in the same place at the same time, he was asking for trouble there. Fudge acts as if being in two places at once is impossible, and yet we've learnt that Hermione had to get the Ministry's permission for the Time Turners, so surely he knows about it. He knows about Time Turners, but I don't know if he would know that Hermione had it. I don't know. Unless it said that it was signed by the Prime Minister. I'm not sure. Couple that with Snape's insistence that they are confounded and would be so unreasonable to assume Hermione has indeed used the Time Turner in extracurricular manner. Jake, you just made me think something else. Because if Snape and Fudge know how the Time Turner works, they know that there is only one set outcome ever. There was never going to be a future where Buttbeak was going to get killed. And so maybe because they knew that, it would have made the Time Turner irrelevant. Oh, it's confusing, this time travel stuff, guys. It really is. I hope that kind of made sense. And we finally learn how Black got Harry the firebolt. The whole thing seems a little contrived to me, though. Say you worked at Argos. Good. Argos is 50 years old this year, guys. It's a shop in the UK, guys. I don't know if it's outside the UK. Would you really accept an order for a PlayStation 5 from a cat? That's a wizarding cat. I mean, Owlmail. Hang on, Jake, because Owlmail, which is what Hermione sent away for, would have been sent from her home, right? But she doesn't have an owl, though. Is there a way of calling an owl? There has to be, because Sirius did it. And so really, it's just about... If I'm working at Argos, and the cat comes up to me with the slip and the money, you probably still wouldn't, would you? Thing is, this is the Wizarding World, though. I don't know if they have Argos in the Wizarding World. And surely they know who owns the Vault of Gringotts. Yeah, now that throws me off. Would you not run a background check on where the money is coming from and when it comes to something so priceless? Also, since Black escaped Azkaban, his vault surely would have been on lockdown. That is a very good point as well. Ow, my finger! I just hit my finger. To me, it just feels like Hermione getting another ha moment after the... Oh, hang on. To me, it just feels like Hermione getting another ha moment after the entire book of being shot down and treated like dirt by Ron. I'd like to say things will only get better, but hormones. Hormones. I thought you were writing Hermione in a weird way. Amazing. Yeah, the hat moment is the whole Sirius Black thing, but it wasn't the Sirius Black that Hermione had in mind, though. I think she does have to remember that. Great comment, Jack. Thank you so much for your comment. Slim. Can we just take a moment to appreciate Remus Lupin? After however many years of hardship and struggle, he has a well-paid job, a job he's good at, absolutely, a job he likes, access to the only potion that helps his condition, that's a very good point, and safe place to transform, and most people seem to treat him decently at Hogwarts. Very well summarized. He made a series of mistakes under tough emotional circumstances. He fails to inform Dumbledore about Black's animagus status. We made that point last time. He forgets to let his potion take his potion because he believes Harry is in danger. Oh, he still had to have taken it, though. Unless... Yeah, it's difficult. Snape decides that Lupin doesn't deserve another chance. I'm sure you can appreciate the irony there. That's a fair point. That's actually a very good way of putting it. Snape doesn't talk to Dumbledore or Lupin to try to convince Lupin that Lupin needs to go. He blindsides them and forces the situation. Absolutely forces their hands, yeah. It makes my blood boil that Snape uses Lupin's illness to completely upend his life. And consequences for Snape? Nothing. Nada. Zero. Sweet F-A-R. Well, the thing is that I don't know if Snape is actually werewolf-phobic. But from what we gather, most people are. And so what would have been nice is to have a character that we like and trust in everything to share that opinion. I think it would have been nice. Like, say if maybe Hagrid was scared of him, but then again, Hagrid is trusting in anything animal-like, isn't he? Because the thing is, you can't say that society shuns werewolves and then have all the characters that we know and like, apart from Draco. Or all the characters that we know say that they're okay with it. And so it would have been interesting if Flitwick was overheard saying, "Oh, thank goodness that Lupin's gone. Did you hear he's a blooming werewolf?" Rather than it, because again, there's a chance that Snape isn't werewolf-phobic. He might be that he completely trusts them, but he doesn't like Lupin. Actually, going from Snape's experiences with them, he wouldn't like them, would he? But he's in a society which, you know, shuns werewolves, and so he was going to get away with it. In fact, he's probably seen as a bit of a hero for doing it, sadly. I love this book, and whilst it probably is the best of the movie adaptations, there are a number of interesting deviations. Of all the characters that were also in 1 and 2, who had your favourite moment from this book and why? Favourite moment of all the characters that were also in 1 and 2. Okay, so not Lupin then. Of all the characters that were also in 1 and 2, who had your favourite moment from this book and why? I mean, Hermione's Boggart is amazing. Oliver was favourite moments though. Oliver was just great. I wouldn't say he had the best moment. Harry losing at Quidditch? That was pretty good. I'm not sure. The thing that springs to mind is Hermione's Boggart, weirdly enough. I'm going to go with that, Slim. But it might change though. That's what comes to mind immediately for me. I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to Goblets. There will be returning characters, new characters, characters you've heard mentioned, but haven't seen yet. Characters you liked, disliked in the films, who are given much more depth. New storylines that were reduced to throwaway lines in the film. You will not believe the amount of stuff they sliced off in the movies, and from 6. But that's for another time. It absolutely is. No, I am absolutely looking forward to it. Prisoner has a runtime of 144 minutes from cover to cover 22 chapters. I'm sorry. A Goblet has a runtime of 157 minutes to cover 37 chapters. My goodness, that is a lot. I knew it was a big one though, guys. And you know how much they moved from Prisoner. Absolutely. Slim, great comment. I greatly appreciate. It's going to be an adventure. It really is. But I'm absolutely looking forward to it though. Ashley, I don't think that squibs are meant to be taken as a scientific term. This is where it all comes into a different thing. The term squib is coined to describe someone whose parents were magical and therefore grew up in a magical world but couldn't do magic. The words squib and muggle are more about culture and relationship than magical potential. I hear differing takes on that, but this is definitely something which I've heard before as well. If we assume that magic is a genetic trait, then we would need different words than muggle and squib for people without the magic gene and people with a recessive magic gene. Yeah, it is about if it's a cultural thing or a science thing. That is actually key to, I don't know. I just find it all so fascinating, actually. If the question you are trying to ask is, can two people have no regressive magic traits have a child who does have regressive magic traits in the real world? in the vast majority of cases, the genetic potential has to exist in the parent for it to exist in the child, but not necessarily though. I would question that if that is going to be always the case though, Ashley. But there are examples in real genetics where it is not that simple. I'm sorry, I should have continued reading. And we are talking about magic here, so who knows? I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry, this is when I should interject, because you actually completely... You put what I was trying to say much better than I did. To answer another of your questions, why didn't Lupin tell someone about Sirius was an animagus? It was because he didn't want Dumbledore to find out that Lupin betrayed his trust by leaving the Shrieking Shack with his friends as a werewolf. Oh, Ashley, Lupin has got to do it though. He's got to do it. I can see that being a real thing that Lupin would have to struggle with, but struggle with it he would have to do, and he would have to tell him. We're talking about Harry Potter's life here. That could be at risk. I feel like he's got to tell him. This is an example of Lupin's worst quality. He has a cowardly streak when it comes to his to relationships. He never stood up to his friends when they were acting like bullies. Ashley, fantastic point. And he doesn't reveal this vital information about Sirius in both cases because he doesn't want to take the risk of losing the few people who accept him for who he is. That is another brilliant part. I do still think he's just got to tell Dumbledore though. It is not a known fact that Dementors don't... I think as I say he should have told Dumbledore. That would have ended up killing Harry. So it's glad they did. In his defense, it is not a known fact that Dementors don't affect animals animagi. And in fact, they do affect them. Just not as much, and that really only helps Sirius stay sane. It still takes Sirius 12 years and nearly starvation to finally escape. That's also true, but when you're talking about someone as dangerous as the potential of what Black was believed to be, that was a great comment about Lupin, actually. I love it. I love character faults in characters. That's why I love Lupin so much. And the way that you put that he has a cowardly streak in him, it's true. We talked about before how imagine Snape and Lupin, if like the rest of the marauders weren't around, would they have gotten on? I just feel like they would have, guys. That's a fan fiction I'd like to read. Lupin and Snape, best friends. Oh, great stuff, great stuff. Thank you so much, Ashley. That's brilliant. Benjamin, just one line of thought. We know that McGonagall got the time turner from the Ministry for Hermione, so at least someone from the Ministry knows that she had it. Well put there, Benjamin, because it's not necessarily going to be Fudge. So I assume that Fudge must know that she had it. Not necessarily. He is the Minister after all. I know. It depends how big news giving a time turner is out, because he is the top dog at the Ministry. He's got to have a lot of other stuff on. You know, there's all these people working at the Ministry to do the stuff which the Minister can't do himself. And so I do feel like there's a chance. It's not like when Hermione and Ron were like stood behind Harry. Because Fudge kind of saw them as like, you know, just being completely random people. I can't remember what it was. I think it was when McNair was there, first arrived as well. He wasn't like, oh, time turner. Well, he wouldn't say that, would he? Because it would be a bit of a spoiler. And yet he does not even consider the possibility that she used it to save Sirius. So he is either stupid, I feel like he absolutely is, didn't know at all, which I think is a possibility, in which case he does not a good job as minister. Oh, he's got to have so much on, though, Benjamin. I don't think he would know. You know, he's got like international relations to worry about. He's got Scotland, Wales, England, Northern Ireland. Presumably not Republic of Ireland. Presumably that is actually that's a good point. Who controls Northern Ireland in the Wizarding World? Let's not even get into that. Veggie, let's not get into that, please. But it is food for thought, though. Is Great Britain a Northern... Is the United Kingdom the same as the Wizarding United Kingdom? We're not going to be addressing any controversial subjects, guys, so let's move on. Another thought. Time turners can be used to free criminals, to kill innocents in the past, and to do all sorts of bad things. Bad stuff. I don't know if they can. I can't imagine the worst case scenario that could happen. Maybe destroy time itself. That may have been what happened if Harry and Hermione didn't get back in place. Such dangerous items should not be used, and sure as hell don't be given to children. I'm not making much sense here, Benjamin, but I'm going to attempt to say it one more time. The Ministry may have given up the time turner to Hermione because they believed enough that it was always going to be the case that Hermione would use it. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. Time travel, particularly this particular type of time travel, guys, can be so confusing. The time turner didn't do anything. Oh, it did. It didn't, though. It didn't change. Okay, the time turner did not change time. Do you see what? Do you see what I'm kind of saying, guys? Buckbeak was always going to survive. Hermione and Harry were always going to go back in time. Oh, it's confusing. I'm hoping I kind of make sense. Benjamin, great comment, great food for thought. That's awesome. Anna Marie. I just want to say that the last movie that stayed semi to the book. Oh, this was, yes. I honestly feel that this book gave us an amazing taste of darkness yet to come. I really feel like the movies caused the characters to see one-dimensional instead of a fully flawed characters they are meant to be in the book. Well, Hermione, perfect example of that. But yeah, Ron, absolutely. Harry, no, everyone is given so much more in depth and personality. Even down to like Molly being the one to embrace Harry when he gets to the station and everything. Yeah. The thing is, when you're making a movie, you got to strip stuff down, but it's a shame. It is a shame. But you know, that's what we got this TV series coming up for, to try hopefully rectify. I think you will see that the villains and the good guys seem less all bad, all good as the books proceed, as the story is written from Harry's perspective, and as he gets older, he starts to see the world as less black and white. Black and white is in the colours rather than Sirius Black and Trevor White, who is a character. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, great comment. I really appreciate that. And you're right. You're absolutely right. It's I feel like the movies did do a good job, but well, I read the later books, but going back and watching those scenes in between me doing these book reviews, guys, it can be quite jarring sometimes. It really can. Harry just not caring that Lupin's getting turfed out. Watch that scene again, guys. Seriously, he just changes the subject. He just changes the subject on Lupin straight away. Here's a detail which no one's going to care about. You know earlier on when I said that the episode of Only Fools and Horses is in Series 3? It wasn't. It was in Series 4. I thought it was a Grandad episode, but it's actually an Uncle Albert episode. So, enough of. Katie. This is probably my favourite ending, and Harry telling his uncle about Sirius. It's amazing, isn't it? I'm just freaking him out. I also feel like Ron asking Crookshanks for if his owl is safe was adorable and shows that he has accepted the cat as someone with good judgment. Exactly. It's kind of like an admittal by Ron, which is very nicely done. It really is. Especially with everything that he's been through. Presumably he's still got broken. Oh no, of course, limbs get fixed easy in this, don't they? Looking forward to the next book. Me too, Catty. Thank you so much for a wonderful comment. And yeah, that is a great detail about the Crookshanks. It's nice. It's very. I'm looking forward to see where Crookshanks goes in this. Seriously, I really am. Karen, hi Veggie. Hoping all is well. What I find interesting is the conversation between Harry and Dumbledore in this chapter is giving to Harry and Lupin in the movies. Absolutely. I always felt that Dumbledore is a fatherly figure to Harry, and in the books, whilst in the movie he is more of a mentor. Particularly in this movie, he really is. Well, he's not even a mentor in the movie, is he? He's barely in Prison of Azkaban, the movie. Even though this is a small difference, I do think it changes the relationship between Harry and Dumbledore, and overall Dumbledore's character. Well, yeah, and I'd say it also changes with Lupin's character as well. It definitely is a big change. What do you think of Dumbledore's character so far in the series and his relationship with Harry? Well, I certainly was not expecting to be in this book as much as he was going on the movie. But Dumbledore's great. He is great. He does seem omnipotent. If that is the correct term, I think it is. Omnipresent. You know, he seems to know everything, doesn't he? Which I always appreciate about him. But as a character, yeah, I think he's awesome. And his relationship with Harry... He barely even speaks to Harry in Prison of Azkaban, does he? In the movie. In fact, I feel like it's literally because he's talking with Hermione mostly in the scenes where they're in. But no, the relationship between Dumbledore and Harry is always fascinating, and it's nice to see it done more in depth in the book. Prison of Azkaban is my favourite book and movie. That's an interesting one. Overall, how did you enjoy this book, and what has been your favourite part so far? Well, I'm delighted, Karen, that your favourite book is also your favourite movie. That shows that they did good enough to warrant that, because I find that a lot of people's favourite books are the ones which they really don't like the movie of and everything. So that's brilliant. Overall, how did you enjoy this book, and what has been your favourite so far? I would have to think about it more, Karen, but I'm going to say that this is my favourite as well. I love the character dynamics. I love the friction between Ron, Harry, and Hermione. I thought it was just brilliant. I really did. It's so realistic. Like you said earlier on, the characters' personalities are really starting to come out now. But all the books have been just wonderful so far. So it is tough, and I'll have to give it another thought sometime. But right now, I am tempted to say this as well. It is quite special. Garen, thank you so much for your comment. Will, rereading this chapter finally convinced me that Lupin would be the main character of the Marauders series. Excellent, Will. I'm glad. I'm glad of that. Another one on board. I wanted him and Harry to keep talking. That's why I prefer the movie version of their conversation. When Lupin talks about how he could have bitten any of them, I wanted to know more about how he felt after his transformation. Like, where did he end up? Where did he end up going? Where did he wake up? How much does he remember from the night before? I really want to know. Yeah, that's the thing, because apparently he has at least said to Hagrid that he didn't eat anything. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he has a clear memory. It could be that he just hasn't got the taste of anything, because obviously it would be quite an extreme taste to wake up to. But yeah, just how werewolves work in general. It's always fascinating to hear about, and where he actually did go and everything. Yeah, they could have thrown in a line saying that he woke up next to the river or something like that. Yeah, but either way, I love both versions of the scene. Anyway, my final thoughts. I was surprised how little I ended up commenting on about this book. What is my favourite? I also felt like it's one of the most faithful adaptations to the book. That's what I am hearing. Besides missing the whole marauders backstory, yeah, which is huge. I feel like I'll have a lot more to say in Goblet of Fire. Excellent. That is up there with my favourites. But the movie is my second least favourite in the movies. You see, this is what what we seem to get quite a lot. Half-Blood Prince takes the cake. We've got a while before that, but yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out what's different in Half-Blood Prince. I certainly am. So I'm looking forward for you to meet book only characters. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely. You know, we heard tell of new characters earlier on. Well, thank you so much for your wonderful comment. H. Ha, Veggie. Thank you again for doing this. Thank you for taking part in it, H. I'm not that surprised that Fudge not knowing about Hermione having the time turner. He's not making every decision at the Ministry. This is what I'm thinking. I still may be a bit strange that it wasn't mentioned by Fudge and Snape, though. So I thought about that before too. Some of the things I really like in this final chapter, that brings her total real predictions up to 2. I should offer her a pay rise, yes. And a more truly roasting from Dumbledore, absolutely. Well, at least it's not McGonagall this time. The bond between Pettigrew and Harry that Dumbledore spoke about is interesting. Never mentioned in the films, of course. No, absolutely. I don't know where that's going, and that's an exciting thing for me. Dumbledore being really good at making Harry feel he wasn't stupid about the whole "I thought I saw my dad" thing. I know, yeah. Like, even Harry he thinks to himself, no, Dumbledore's not going to think I'm stupid, and he's not going to laugh at me. He thinks to himself, I think, and then he says to Dumbledore. Yeah, it's a very nice little detail, which I didn't bring up. Mr. Black planning to be seen a long way away from Hogwarts. Planning to be seen. Oh yes, that's right. So in the letter he says that he's going to make sure that he's seen far away from Hogwarts to draw the scent off Hogwarts. So hopefully Harry can have quite a year next year. We'll see if that pays off, Sirius. If you thought this book had many changes from book to movie, just wait for the next one. If you compare it to Prison of Azkaban, Goblet of Fire will seem like the movie is only vaguely inspired by the book, but I think you'll really enjoy it. It's a brilliant book, and I suspect the book clubs there will be even better than usual. Oh, I cannot wait. I love the book clubs, guys. It is a joy to read these through, but I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on it. You getting there, guys? You're nearly there. And Jonas has, like I say, done the prototype for the sideboards as well already. Thank you so much, H, for your comment. Jacob. So I have always wondered how payment of certain things works in the Wizarding World. I know Black uses Harry's name to order Firebolt, but payment was taken from Black's vault. There's something wrong there, isn't there, Jacob? Did this not set off alarms that it's not his vault he was paying it from? Well, not even that. Because the thing is, you can address something to someone. You can order something with that person's name, but then use your own payment method. What I'm saying is, surely Black's vault should have been on lockdown as soon as he broke out. You know? There's something odd about it, isn't there? Could anyone put any vault down as long as they're enough money? It's okay. Also, Black is on the run at this point? Why is any money allowed to come out of his account at all? There we go, Jacob. Well done. I'm presuming that there's some sort of pin system. Like a password sort of thing. To allow payment. But his vault should have been locked, dude. It might have been. Well, now you've finished the books that these movies retain most information from the books. Moving forward, you are about to get new characters and plots that the movie had to leave out. I can't wait for your reactions to these. Jacob, thank you so much. I know when you say new characters, I do wonder if maybe... What's a good example? Like, you know when there's like a book character mentioned and like you type their name into Google and it'll come up with like a random background character who people believe is meant to be that character. I wonder if there's going to be much of that. I hope so. I hope so. Or like, you know, just like little hints towards a background character potentially being someone who actually says something in the book. I'll be interested to see if that's how they did the movie. But I'm certainly looking forward to meeting these new characters. Jacob, thank you so much for your comment. Some I am. Snape raging at Harry is both amusing and sad to me. Amusing because he actually is right about Harry's involvement in Sirius' escape, absolutely. It's sad because it showcases how he lets his hatred of James and the Marauders colour how he treats and views Harry. Oh, absolutely, Sam. You know you're going too far when even Fudge is telling you to calm down and say that you're unbalanced. Lol. That's it, unbalanced. That was the term that he used. Yes, absolutely. No, Fudge was actually taken aback by it. The line where Harry is trying to think of an argument to make Lupin stay was so sad. In the very short time span, Harry learned the truth about who betrayed his parents, got his hopes up about going to live with Sirius. Yeah, that's something that's mentioned again and again in the last few pages, guys. He had those hopes dashed with Wormtail's escape, went back in time to rescue Sirius, and now he's essentially losing another adult, Lupin, that he's come to trust and respect, that a lot of... Oh, that one came out of nowhere. Sorry about that, Sam. And now he's essentially losing another adult, Lupin, that he's come to trust and respect. That's a lot for anyone to go through, let alone a 13-year-old. Yeah, no, Harry, I mean, a lot of these characters have been through the bone. Hermione, Ron, Harry, but also a lot of adults, guys. Yeah, imagine what Lupin's going through with all this. Imagine what Black's going for this. Snape. So, a lot of people being stretched here, guys. A lot of people being stretched. More than in the previous books. Emotionally. It brings her total... Oh. It brings the total of real predictions to 2. I should offer a pay rise. Sarcastic Dumbledore is glorious. Love that his moments of levity. I'm wondering if it's even sarcasm. No, it is, isn't it? It's cheekiness at least. Yeah. So excited for the start of Goblet of Fire. There's so much new and fascinating information. I can't wait to hear your thoughts and reactions to the differences between the book and the movies. Though I love them both. Though I love both, the amount that is left out of the movie is mind-blowing. Sorry for the long message. Thank you for these videos, Sam. That's okay. That was not that. I think it's because you got bullet points, which made the comment look larger than it actually is. It actually was fine. I think you might be the first person here who said that you love the movie of Goblet of Fire. There's the person who said earlier on, they were saying that they love both Azkaban, wasn't it? Because I get the impression that a lot of people, as I remember, when I was going through the movie reactions, I would get some comments saying, "Okay, see you back in Deathly Hallows" or something like that, because they resent the movies. Some people resent the movie, so I'm glad that you still love Goblet of Fire. I'm fascinated to see what all these differences are, guys. I really am. Thank you so much for your comment, Sam. Gaffnob! Greetings! As always, feel free to skip comments on any items you have covered in prior posts. Oh, okay. Oh, your comment's relatively short. Chapter 22. Your comment is short. Chapter 22. This chapter confirms Quidditch performance affects the House Cup. It did, didn't it? But not how. Yeah, you're right. It did say that how, because they won the Quidditch Cup, they did get a boost. So, again, it's down to Harry. Don't start ranting, Veggie, please. Are the points 1 and 1? I would hope not. Or is a win worth X points or whatever else it would be? 1 equals 1 would be problematic as covered in the past. Yeah, I don't think it would be 1 and 1. I'm hoping I'm translating what you're saying right, but yeah, that would just be stupid, wouldn't it? Our order is horrible payment practices. Hi, this is Harry Potter. Did it actually say that is Harry Potter out ordering it, or does it say it's for Harry? Okay, let's read on. Hi, this is Harry Potter. I would like the most expensive item you have. Take the gold out of Sirius Black's account. Shop okay. Gaffnob, you may have just explained it inadvertently. So, you're working at Gringotts, and you get through a notification saying, "Hey, money's been taken out of Sirius Black's account. That's not right." And then you see the name, think Harry Potter, and you think, Harry's getting revenge. Oh, I like it. I don't think that's what happened, but that is at least one kind of example. And like the guy at Gringotts saying, "Yeah, good for you, Harry." I don't think so. I don't think so. Because obviously Gringotts has money for all sorts of shady characters, doesn't it? And so they can't be, getting revenge on people like that. Delivery owls are magical. Black, your owl will find me. Verifying the sender does not need to know where the recipient is. All the ministry need to do is send a fugitive letter, then follow the owl. Manhunt over. Again, Gaffnob, in my headcanon, there is a subconscious thing where if someone doesn't want to be found, the owls cannot trace them. And you know what? I feel like that is fair. I do. Because it wouldn't just be the ministry that would be using this power, it would be anyone. And so, someone hunting someone down for revenge, or all sorts of shady, bad things. People have the right to disappear. And it can be heartbreaking for people, but people do have the right to disappear. Criminals, not so much, but anyone else. And so, if owls are able to just find anyone, then that actually has very bad connotations for non-fugitives. It's a very serious way of putting it there, guys. But I want to try and make what I'm saying clear. I like how Ron checks with Crookshanks before deciding to keep the owl. He has forgiven Crookshanks then. Oh, absolutely. And not only forgiven, but he knows that Crookshanks on the money as well. P.S. I like the excitable owl. I know, yes. I got a name for it, guys. I'm fascinated to know more about this owl. It's very little. And Michelle. Oh, thank you so much, Captain, for your comment. Michelle. Another instance where Sirius is gaslighted and ignored for his own concerns, which he was never really wrong about. So putting yourself in Sirius's shoes, I absolutely understand his anger and rage when he isn't listened to or taken seriously. Oh, Sirius. This is why I always have to say Snape and Black. Okay, Snape. I really know he already knowing his story, this is quite heartbreaking. This isn't the first time Dumbledore has silenced Snape, even when his life was under threat, ironically, for a similar event. It's true, Snape is getting gaslit here, isn't he? Yeah. Thinking that he's mad. Being... It is sad when you think about it, guys. Snape, I mean, it's good that he was, but it is sad that what he's going through. It can't have been easy. Snape had every right to expose Remus. Snape had been brewing his werewolf bane perfectly for the entire year, giving him extra when he needed, and yet knowing how dangerous his condition was, failing to take the wolfbane and seeking Snape out for it earlier before he bolted off the grounds. Remus should have prioritized this so he didn't put children and adults in danger, life-threatening risk. The thing is, at that point, he would have thought that the students were at risk. But at the same time, I agree with this point, Michelle. He still had to take it. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know if it makes him fit sluggish or ill, or he has to sleep soon afterwards. But if it's not, what's the term? If it's not neutralizing him, if it's not stopping him in his tracks, okay, let's put it like this: if Lupin thought, okay, potion's there, but I need to get to Harry now, so I will try and get it all sorted by the time that the moon comes up. For one, he is rolling a dice there. He really is. And the fact is, after what happened in the Shrieking Shack, he just completely forgot that he needed to get back. What he should have done is said, oh, by the way, moon's probably going to be coming quite soon. You guys get the hell out of here because I'm about to lose my bobbins. But he wasn't thinking about it, though. He'd forgotten about it in all the emotional... Because Lupin is going through emotional trauma in this situation as well. He really is. I know it's easy to think that Snape is and Harry is and everything. Those two being the main ones. But Lupin is... This is a rough situation Lupin finds himself in that Shrieking Shack that evening. Now, the alternative is that Lupin saw Harry going there and just ran to him, not even thinking about the Wolfbane. And that, I think you can argue, is negligent. I would like to know what effect physically the Wolfbane has on him. It may even make him drunk. I don't know. What effect, like what side effects it has on him, and weigh them up between being able to get in there fully fit, and or taking it and having whatever side effects he's going to have when he gets there, with the intent of getting it all done before the moon comes out, which he doesn't achieve. And to be fair, Michelle, Remus agrees with you. Remus says it could happen again. And the only way that's going to happen again is if he screws up again. And so I think even Remus agrees with you. In the book. Remus should have prioritized this, so he didn't put the children and adults in danger. Life-threatening risk, Remus, as a teacher, has a duty of care to keep his students safe. He was going there to try and save them as well, though, to be fair. He was working with children. Remus failed to take the potion that could have given him more self-control is a little reckless, I agree. Not to mention Remus without withholding valuable information from Dumbledore, which could have resolved this serious problem far safer and quicker. We discussed that earlier on as well, the fact that it would have been tough for Lupin, but he still just has to get that information. So it sounds like, Michelle, you are when I was saying about if Snape was being vindictive or trying to keep the students safe by saying at breakfast that Lupin was a werewolf, you're siding with the latter. Because obviously Harry, and I think Lupin as well, to a lesser extent, do believe. And Hagrid, all three of them do believe that Snape was being a bit vindictive. Would you say that he wasn't being vindictive at all? And that he was just looking out for the students? This is a good discussion, guys. And the thing is, Lupin says that it could happen again. You got to think that Lupin is going to go forward feeling terrible about not taking that potion that night. Not because of his own career and everything, because of what could have happened. And it's not like he has the easiest life already. So I have all the sympathy in the world for Lupin. I really do. Snape had been holding on to his werewolf secret for many years, not even exposing him when he was loyal to Voldemort all those years ago. It probably wouldn't have been relevant, because Lupin presumably would have just been a homeless person at that point, or like, you know, a someone traveler, I guess you'd put it. So when Lupin did not consider the safety of other students in a dire situation, Snape simply had enough. I feel like that is a bad way of putting it. No, sorry, Michelle. Let's reword that. I think I disagree with that. I don't think it was that Lupin did not consider the safety of others. Oh, no, I do. Okay. Lupin not taking the potion wasn't just because he couldn't be bothered. Right? It's because he was panicking about something else. I feel like we can agree on that. Now that is negligent, guys. And if he thought, I'll take it when I get back, because this will all be sorted by then, he was wrong. And he admits he was wrong, because he said it may happen again. Good discussion, good discussion. But do you feel like there's any vindictiveness to Snape for making that decision to announce it like that? He could have gone to the press. Snape could have he could have told Fudge. Fudge would have known. Fudge would have known, right? Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, Fudge must have known about Lupin. What a fascinating discussion. To be absolutely truthful, I'd want to know if my professor was a werewolf too, and a safe one at that. It's difficult, guys, because the thing is, the werewolf thing is like an analogy for real life things. So if you put that aside and think about it purely from a practical standpoint, I can see this opinion. But I would like to think that if I was in the wizarding world, I would have pity on werewolves rather than fear. I would like to think that. But I'm not in that situation now. Great discussion, Michelle. I appreciate that, and I sorry for saying I think that you're wrong at that point. That was badly worded by me, but that was a fascinating read. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Is she? Hi, Veggie. Hope you are well. One of the best things that I think Sirius did was to give Ron his own owl. I was like, wait, what? That's amazing. We will find out what the owl will be named in the next book. Thank you for not telling me. I find the name funny. It's Hermione Owl. Terrible. Also, I find it very funny that Ron makes Crookshanks sniff the owl to get his approval. That's amazing. I can't wait for you to start book 4, especially the first few chapters, which are completely missing in the movie. Take care. Are we going to get some Weasley house life? I hope so. I hope so. Bloomin' gnomes, guys. Bloomin' gnomes. Ishi, thank you so much for the comment. Kevin. Let me start by saying that I love Prince of Azkaban film. It's amazing. However, I always disliked the ending. Much prefer the book ending. It's not really an ending, is it? It's basically like an escape of the movie. It gets out of Dodge. Having a movie end with Harry getting the firebolt flying off was so just always weird to me, having read the book first and knowing that he got it halfway through the actual story. Yeah, that must have been very strange. The whole scene on the train with Sirius's letter confirming that he bought the firebolt, giving Ron the owl as an apology for not having a rat anymore, and Hermione's smug reaction to being proved right again, all again, and Harry telling Vernon that he has a godfather who's escaped a convict and mass murderer and will always be the funniest thing in the world. Again, I love the movie, but I much prefer the book's ending. I can't see anyone disagreeing with that, Kevin. Seriously. Maybe we will get someone who disagrees with that. I always loved Dumbledore and Harry's conversation about casting Patronus and how he interpreted it as his father manifesting in him most when Harry has need for him, essentially telling Harry that his father lives on through him. I also always liked how it confirms that the first time Harry casts a proper Patronus wasn't at the lake, but during the Quidditch match. You're right, it does. Dumbledore does say that. And also, I don't remember Dumbledore being at that match. He would have been. Although it brings up a possible inconsistency that I'll have to remember to bring up when it comes to halfway through Order of the Phoenix. Oh my goodness. Try to remember that, Kevin. Try to remember that. Lastly, I just want to say that it always bothered me when Snape essentially outed Lupin about being a werewolf. No, absolutely outed. I understand that he was annoyed about the situation, and he probably did it as a measure of both revenge against the marauders and as well as trying to keep the students safe from danger. I feel like that is fair. I feel like that is a fair mix, at least in his mind, which actually is a very good point, that he could be telling himself that. But I always equate it to being similar to outing a member of the gay community and someone with HIV, which is something which we've discussed before here, guys. It just always annoyed me when Snape and I always felt it wasn't really his place to do it. Oh, Kevin. But Fudge let it slide. So I think that there is a possibility that Snape. I find it hard to believe that he's not being vindictive at all. But there is a chance that he's thinking that this is actually what's best for the students. And Lupin agrees with him in the book, guys. Oh my goodness, it's sad. I freaking love Lupin, guys. I really did. Great comment, Kevin. Greatly appreciated. Johnny! The Prisoner of Azkaban is my favourite Harry Potter movie, though it still has so many things that were changed or left out. What change do you think was the worst? For me, it was making Ron seem stupid and the sort of secondary character. Also, I missed the explanation about the marauders. The marauders thing was by far the biggest winner, wasn't it? I'll say this again. The final act of Chamber of Secrets, Hermione is petrified. The final act of Chamber of Secrets, Hermione and Harry go back in time. So I'm really not that bothered about... It doesn't bother me too much that Ron takes a back seat in this one. Because Hermione did in the last one. But you're talking movie specific though, aren't you? The comedy stuff with Ron is a strange choice. And I think it boils down to the fact that they wanted to change Hermione's character more. It's good to have a comedy character, guys. And Grint... and you know, Grint was great at doing it. But Ron is a cool character. And that does get lost in the shuffle of the movies. The worst change. I think I'm gonna have to say Hermione, guys. I feel like I spent most of this book review talking about Hermione. I just feel so sorry for her throughout this entire book, you know? And having a more capable and confident Hermione, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I do feel like it masked a lot of what makes Hermione great in this book. So I think I'm going to go with that. But there's lots of choices though, aren't there, Jenny? About the last chapter, I find it strange that Fudge didn't know that one can't apparate or disapparate at Hogwarts. It's very true. I would think that as a former student at Hogwarts, he would know that, or maybe he was just upset about Sirius escaping and that he didn't realise what he said. I feel like, you know what, Jenny, that's my headcanon. Because he's panicking. He's like, oh no, I'm gonna get roasted in the media for this. He's panicking, so that's my headcanon, Jenny, the fact that he's basically, that he momentarily forgot. Because Snape does say it in quite, I can't remember how he words it, but it is a sort of like, can't apparate, can he? Quite an annoyed way to Fudge. I almost felt sorry for Snape, almost. I do feel sorry for him, but yeah, okay, look up. He was completely right about Harry having something to do with Sirius's escape, but couldn't prove it. That must have been very frustrating. But then he goes and outs Lupin out of spite. Obviously, we've just been discussing that. So all my compassion for him went out the window. It's difficult, guys. It's always difficult. Like the comment earlier on said, he is getting gaslit by Dumbledore. I do feel sorry for him. But I do feel like he gave the information about Lupin out more about spite than student safety. In my opinion, guys, this is the brilliant thing. This is what makes Snape a brilliant character, is that we can have this discussion. I love the train ride back to London. The letter from Sirius always makes me smile. It's so nice of him to give an owl to Ron. I love that. That's one Sirius's best traits. He's a very loyal friend, just like a dog. Anyways, can't wait to hear your thoughts on Goblet of Fire. Great comment, Janet. And yeah, it happens I think 3 times where Black is more concerned for Ron than you'd expect. I think that's probably the best way of putting it. But yeah, it makes for a great character point, so it really does. Thank you so much, Janny. That is a great comment. I just had a very quick chat with Max on Twitter, and he's obviously just pointed out that if Neville's birthday was yesterday, then it means that Harry Potter's birthday is today. So that's something from way earlier on in the video, which I should have mentioned, but I didn't. Okay. Paloma. Ron's massive feat. Good start. Good start. Hello, Veggie. I'm going to apologise in advance because I have a lot to say. I do this book club in the other way around. Whilst I see your review and the replies in the book club, I'm taking notes about it. Ha 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 ha. I promise never to do it again. That's alright, Paloma. It is chunky. And so what I will do, I will probably be reading through it without giving that much opinions. But I want to at least read your comment. But just so we can get through it. I'm going to put all in short notes, so I doesn't take too much time. The Marauders map ground. There's a link to an image. I won't open that. It's okay. But if you want to check it out, it'll be on the Patreon. I'll check it out afterwards. But I don't want to be opening links on a video. You know what I mean? So number 2, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are the new Marauders. Absolutely. Harry, James, Ron, Sirius, Hermione, Lupin. Now that's very interesting. There are a million similarities, but right now I want to focus on the loyalty expressed by Ron for Harry, and Harry like Sirius for James. Oh, absolutely. Sirius also was willing to die for James, so I think Sirius is moved to see them together, and himself in Ron. So he cares about his well-being. I think that's actually a very fair point. Black is a loyal dog. You've had that come up before. I do think that's why his animagus is a dog. And in relevant point before, Ron's Patronus is a dog. It is not a spoiler. It's in the Order of the Phoenix movie. It is, isn't it? Is it? I can only remember Luna's, to be honest. And isn't Hermione's like a ferret or something? I can't quite remember. Pettigrew was hiding in Hagrid's hut because I think they were protected from Crookshanks from Fang. That could be a fair point. Why Pettigrew didn't kill Ron to escape? As Sirius said, he will never do a thing that doesn't suit him or give him a benefit or an advantage. Killing Ron would only give him more trouble because he didn't know for the fact that he would escape the situation. Was to take more risk. I remember Cedric was killed by Pettigrew in Voldemort's order. He alone doesn't have the balls, I guess it is, to do that without having someone to blame. Oh, that's interesting. He's only taken orders, sort of thing. Being an animagus is not against the law. It is become one in hidden. Remus couldn't admit to Dumbledore for shame and guilt for betraying his confidence. Remus said he is a coward for that. He absolutely should have still done it though, yeah. If Pettigrew went to Azkaban, I don't think he could escape like Sirius for a couple of reasons. One, Sirius didn't lose his mind because the Dementors couldn't erase the thought of he was innocent. That's a fair point. Pettigrew will lose his mind because Sirius didn't. Number 2, Sirius didn't lose. Oh, didn't lose his mind. Pettigrew would lose his ability to use magic. Sirius describe. Number 3, Sirius described how weak and tired he was. Without the obsession of catching Pettigrew, he would never have the energy, determination and focus to transform. Pettigrew wouldn't have that at all. That's fair. 8. In the lake, the Dementors attacked first Harry and Hermione because they are protecting Black. The Dementor said the Dementors will attack Dumbledore. As Dumbledore said, the Dementors will attack if you give them a reason to. Being between them and their target for reason. 9. Time travel theory. I follow what you said, but I think is wrong is one thing. My past self will kill my future self. No, the other way around. In that case, I assume you will just vanish in the present. I mean, in the moment that you travel back. 10. Maybe when Dumbledore talked to Sirius, already escaped. He softened the protection for Hermione and Harry to rescue him. Also, I don't think he could escape alone because he was injured by the fight with Lupin. That's true. Weak from the Dementor encounter and without wand. 11. Why no one saw Peter Pettigrew sleeping in the commons room on the map when the twins had it? They used it to plan mischief, so they didn't focus on the part of the castle where he was no point to do it. Why would they look there? I feel like if they're using it for a long time, then it's likely that they would have done eventually, especially if they're doing mischief around, you know, the sleeping quarters, which I'd imagine would be on their remit. But great points, Palmer. I'm afraid that some of those I just didn't have time to actually acknowledge because the comment is long, but I wanted to at least read them all through, so thank you so much. Scott. Hi, Veggie. First time poster and recent patron member. Thank you so much, Scott. That's very, very kind of you. Hope you are having a great day or night, depending on where you are. Day currently, just coming up to 5:30. It's just gone past 5:30. Sorry. Just want to say that I think this is the book that really made an impression on me with the way the book had a massive twist near the end. This is one of my favourite books of the Harry Potter series, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Oh, Scott, it was excellent. It really was. I do feel like currently it's my favourite, but that could change. I could go back to the previous ones. I do not comment often, and I will probably not comment on the end of the book as I'm afraid to give spoilers. I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you. Often when people accidentally leave spoilers, people will very politely say, "Oh, by the way, can you just delete that part?" And it's all very, very polite. I cannot wait until you get to the rest of the series, as it only gets better and darker from here. I bet it does. Keep up the good work, and thanks for all you do for the book club reviews and chapters works. Bye for now. Scott, thank you so much. That's a very, very nice first comment. I love your Marvin the Martian icon, by the way. I really appreciate it. Your kind words. Thank you, and I hope to see you in the future. And like I say, when it comes to spoilers, the other commenters usually make sure that things are, like, you know, tidied up before I see them, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Astrid. One of my favourite quotes from Red Dwarf. He is only guilty of being Arnold Rimmer. That is his crime, and it is also his punishment. Justice. It's also my opinion of Snape. Yeah, that is a good summarization of Snape. Wow, Snape and Arnold Rimmer being similar characters, guys. I don't hate it. Arnold Rimmer is a fantastic character, guys. He really is. In fact, I was watching some Red Dwarf a couple of days ago. I watched season 1 to 6 countless times in my youth. Stuff after that, it goes downhill in my opinion. But Arnold Rimmer is a great character, and you know what? I can kind of see, because the thing is, Snape's really good at what he does. Rimmer ain't good at nothing. That is a great quote, though. And a great scene that it's in as well. How powerful is that scene? Oh no, it's the previous scene. It's a good episode. Anyway, thank you so much, Astrid. Maria. Oh, which looks like it could be a chunky one as well. Apologies in advance for the long comment. That's fine, Maria. Like I say, I might just get through it without making too many comments. But I want to at least read through it, though. I'm a bit sad that we are at the end of Prisoner of Azkaban. You know what? I am as well. Well, I love the whole series. The first 3 books have a special place in my heart because they are the happiest and most lighted, in my opinion. There is a shift in tone of the books going forward. You know what, Maria? I expect that to be the case, actually. I thought your comment in the last video about Sirius being dog-like was interesting. A lot of characteristics you identify as a dog like are also very Gryffindor-ish. I'm sure someone has pointed out before, but in astronomy, Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. It is known as the dog star because it is part of the Canis Major constellation, the Great Dog. I had no idea he was even a star. I love the fun and unusual names in Harry Potter, but I do wonder what Sirius's parents were thinking when they named him. It seems like an unusual perceptive choice. Maybe they were into because an astronomy class is at Hogwarts, so maybe it's someone who's like really into that and you know, learnt it whilst at Hogwarts and thought, you know what, we'll give that to us to our child. I had no idea they had to start that. That's fascinating. I like the ending of the book much better than the ending of the movie. There are so many fun moments in this final chapter, such as Ron getting its owl and Fudge suggesting putting dragons at its school entrance. I also find it so touching that Harry finally gets his permission slip to go to Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, which is totally excluded from the movie. The book really comes full circle with that moment. However, that's true actually. That is like the first thing that Harry's concerned about. And then it's like, yeah. On my first conversation in the whole book is when Harry tells Vernon that his godfather is However, my favourite conversation in the whole book is Harry telling Vernon that his godfather is convicted murderer on the run. It is so hilarious and so satisfying. It's totally something I would have said as a kid if I had been in Harry's position. Yeah, that would have been a good one for the poll as well. Because the problem is I do the poll before I do my last episode. But yeah, that would have been a good one for the poll. Like that threat kind of that Harry that tells Vernon. Also, in regards to Sirius being bear-like dog, I live in an area in the United States with a lot of black bears, and I can confirm that bears can look dog-like, especially when seen from a distance or at night. Oh my goodness, yeah. My family has a fun story about my dad seeing an animal in our yard one night. He thought it was our neighbour's sheepdog. He opened the door and shooed it back to the neighbour's yard. He got a shock when it turned out to be a bear. Oh my goodness, Maria. I mean, the thing is, guys, I think bears are absolutely gorgeous. Now, I understand that they are very dangerous animals. But you know what? I've been watching. It's been a while since I've been watching like creepypastas and spooky stuff on YouTube and everything, guys. But I have been getting a bit back into it lately. And like there's like scary things that are being caught on what are they called? The doorbells for the cameras, door cams, bell cams. And some of them are like really like ooh, it's spooky, scary, and all that sort of thing. But then it has the ones with the bears, and I just think I just think it's adorable. And these videos, guys, they always use the spooky music. Like, woo! Like really, really typical spooky music. To be fair, I have used that music in my videos in the past as well. Let's see if I can find it real quick. You know the tune which I'm talking about. If you watch any spooky stuff on YouTube, you would know the stuff which I'm referring to. Sounds, music. I actually don't know what it's called. It's probably called spooky music, to be fair. But it's like the sort of tune which you always hear in these spooky videos. Oh, I can't find it. The thing is, the music's gonna be playing over this anyway. So, but you know that spooky music, and it has like these bears, like knocking over bins in someone's front garden and everything. I just find it cute. I can't find it scary at all. Maria, that is an amazing story about your dad. I'm glad that he was okay. That must have given him quite a fright, though. Thank you so much for your comment. Emery. Hi, Veggie. I've been watching your Harry Potter reviews since the beginning and finally comment for the first time. Emery, thank you so much. I read the book for the first time as a kid, and it's been so fun to relive that experience as an adult through your videos. Thank you, that's very, very kind of you to say. I don't actually have much to say on this final chapter of the books of book 3. I just want to thank you for the amount of time and energy you put into these and how excited I am for book 4 to 7. The amount of book exclusive material right from the start and book 4 the fourth book is astonishing. I think you'll really enjoy it. Emery, I'm looking forward to it. I already am. Thank you very much for your first comment, Emery, and I appreciate it, even though you didn't have that much to say this time. I always appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Greatly appreciated. Hope to see you next time. Simon, infamy, they've all... I can't do a Kenneth Williams impression. I can't do it. That's a terrible... I can't do Kenneth Williams impression. Infamy, they've all got an infamy. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Sirius Snape. That is a line from Carry On Cleo, guys, which is... there was it was technically 1950s, because the first one was made in the 50s, but in 1950s to like 1970s, mid-1970s, series of low-budget comedy movies in the UK, starring the same cast all in different roles and everything. And one of the best, I actually watched through them all, even though they're not really my sort of thing. I often do marathons on things from like the 70s. I don't know why. I just find it fascinating. And so I did a marathon of all the Carry On movies, and Carry On Cleo is actually probably is the funniest. It is very good. But there's a bit where Caesar is about to get killed by his council. But it's basically what happened in real life. And Caesar goes, infamy, they've all got an infamy. One of the best lines of the movie. It's very, very good. And equating it to Snape is very interesting. So let's read on Simon's comment. Hiya. Well, another book done, and I've some takes possibly an unpopular one too. There's a lot of discussion about why Fudge doesn't think the time turner at the end, when it's quite obvious he wouldn't know about it. The guy's a delegator of the highest order and would only rubber stamp lower departments' decisions. Delegator is the word that I was trying to think of earlier on. Thank you so much, Simon. The way the whole Buttbeak was handled by the Ministry was the right one. A child was attacked and injured by Buttbeak, and unlike the film, Malfoy is injured as shown by Madame Pomfrey keeping him in the hospital wing, something she would never do needlessly. Also, the portray Malfoy's dad as malicious is a bit of a stretch. Sure, he's at the hearing, but isn't it nature for a father to want to see what he sees as a vicious animal put down after he attacked his child? Absolutely, Simon. It is Simon. Sorry. I would say that the father of the child shouldn't be on the council making that decision, because obviously they are. They weren't on the council, but he was putting pressure on them, wasn't he? I see what you mean. The problem is that Malfoy provoked the creature, having already been told how to approach the creature. He didn't. But sometimes we do need to take our previous opinion of Malfoy out of the consideration, and our previous opinion of Lucius out of the situation. At the end of the day, guys, some like Neville may not have been paying attention to what to do and went up to Buttbeak, and Buttbeak smacked his face off. Our opinion of what should happen to Buttbeak might be quite different then. The fact that we have prior reason to not like Malfoy, and Draco, I always call him, and the fact that he did do the wrong thing knowingly, actually doesn't change. It actually doesn't change what should happen to Buttbeak that much. So I understand your point. I'm guessing this is the one which you thought would be unpopular. I mean, Hagrid is his own worst enemy. That's true. Today's children will be studying and feeding habits of man-eating tigers who want to hug. Hang on. Today, children will be studying the feeding habits of man-eating tigers who wants to hug one first. I see what you did. Care for magical creatures has to have a dangerous aspect to it. So I guess it really depends on what, maybe it should just be, a 5th year course. The thing is that Hagrid absolutely did make a mistake and start with hippogriffs. He just did, guys. We have discussed it before. But he wanted to start off with a bang, so like, this is how fun this class is going to be. Turned out to be the worst decision he could have made in that situation. So yeah, I see your point, Simon. I really do. I'm currently got 7 baby versions of animals you love reacting to the most in the world. One of which could put me in hospital if I ain't careful. So there's no way I would like a kid near one. I've currently got several baby versions of the animal you love reacting to the most in the whole world. One of which could put me in hospital if I ain't careful, so there's no way I would let a child near one. I feel like you are making a fair point regarding that. As for, but then again, there's always nuances though. That's the thing, especially with storytelling. Obviously, when it comes to legal things, there rarely is. But when it comes to storytelling, as for werewolves, we have no measure at this point as to whether the Wizarding World's reaction to them is justified. That is a fair point. Or not, as we have only met one, so we have no real basis for a conclusion. Well, on to my favourite book in the whole series at last. Thank you so much for your great comment, Simon. I will say this. The book allows us to spend quality time with someone who then at the end turns out to be a werewolf. So that is fair. That shows that they can be trusted. Can. Not all of them, not everyone, not Greyback or what his name is. I can't remember his name. Maybe we'll meet him next time. But it is possible for werewolves to be trusted as long as they're medicated. So, because it's possible, that means that the idea that they should be shunned from society is wrong, in my opinion. I'm not of the belief of it doesn't matter if some innocent werewolves are treated like dirt throughout their entire life, because there are some, even if it's a majority, that are going to be dangerous. Great discussion, Simon. Thank you so much for that. Kinted. There are 2 things I hate about this movie. This movie left out. Sorry, I don't know why I shouted that then. 1, how Ron grabs the owl, seeing Crookshank staring at the owl, but when learning he can keep the owl, he asked Crookshank for his opinion of the owl was good or not. That was a lot of owls in that sentence, Kensett. Not criticism, I thought it was great. Number 2, Dursley's reactions to Harry having a godfather who was supposed to be a serial killer. Just a minute of the chapter, but I would have loved to see that in the film. Yeah, I want to know the decision making that made them end the movie in the way that they did. Because it's the first movie that doesn't end at the end of the year, doesn't it? Isn't it? I think. It's a dance thing. Thanks so much, Kent, for your great comment. It's a dance thing. I'm going to keep my comments short and sweet on this one. Ron's owl. I love him, and I can't wait for you to learn his name in the next book. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Is it Rowl? Rowling. I'm reading the Hufflepuff edition of the books, where they always win the House Cup. That'd be amazing. There is a little extra information about the Patronus charm at the end, but apparently the incantation expect Patronum means I await a guardian. That's pretty cool. If a wizard is able to cast a fully fledged Patronus, which take the form of an animal, it reveals something of the innermost essence of the caster's character, or maybe animal with which the caster has a great affinity. the precise shape is unique to each person. And it may change shape during our lifetime in response to a great shock or emotional upheaval. That is so important. It's a dance thing. Thank you. That explains so much, doesn't it? Oh, it's a dance thing. That is great. That's really good to know. And this is official information, I presume. It may even mutate into an animal that represents the love of your life. Might it? It is also said that those who are not pure of heart cannot cast a Patronus. Although I'm not sure how accurate that is, because Umbridge can cast one. Wow, that's a scary thought. Well, we got another book before we find out that, haven't we? Have we? My mind starts to mix up the next 3 movies a bit, guys. It really does. Yes, we've definitely got another book until... well, I don't know. Depends, actually. Depends if she turns up early. Wow. But Umbridge doesn't... I'll put it to you. It's a dance thing. That Umbridge doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. Yeah. Oh, you're going to correct me now, aren't you? Umbridge isn't working... Umbridge doesn't think that she's doing anything wrong, right? In which case, she could be pure of heart. But it's when you're like Death Eater, knowing what you're doing is... Well, actually, Grindelwald thought what he was doing was right. But he was doing it in a deceptive way, though. This is very interesting. It's because, you know, obviously we don't have loads of like evil Patronuses during the old the old Deathly Hallows. How very interesting. Anyway, I'm so glad you're enjoying these books, Veggie. Number 4 is a beast, fantastic beast, and I'm so excited for you to get started. Thank you to Dance Thing. Sorry that this episode took so long, but always greatly appreciate your comments. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. Sarah. Hi, Veggie. I haven't commented in a while since I felt that others were saying everything I would have in the last few book clubs, but now we're getting close to getting to Goblet of Fire, my favourite in the series. I'll try to be more active. Thank you, Sarah. Anyway, here are some of my ramblings about the last chapter. I find it really interesting that in this chapter that the last we see of Percy is him criticizing the Ministry. That's a good way. That's an interesting way of putting it. Isn't that interesting? Many people in the fandom see Percy as a blind follower who doesn't see the flaws in the Ministry's handling things. But at this point, that obviously is not the case. That is so true, Sarah. That's so true. He's talking about when I'm king and all that sort of thing. My goodness. It does show a bit of arrogance that he thinks he knows better than people who've worked there for who knows how long. But I think his intentions are ultimately pure. He wants to make the system better from the inside. So I think that 99% of people going into these sort of jobs are probably thinking the same thing as Percy as well. You know, as in changing things when they get in. Yeah, absolutely. Great point about Percy. I find the Percy stuff fascinating. Also, the fact that Penelope seems genuinely interested in what Percy's saying makes me happy. She's the only one who seems to take Percy's ambitions seriously, and I think that's probably one of the reasons he likes her. Absolutely. No, she's the only one who's listening to him, isn't she, when it comes to his ramblings about bringing in more law enforcement and everything. Great comment. I find Percy fascinating, guys. That is something which I did not expect would be the case when I started this journey. But any scene with Percy, I'm like, oh, Percy's here. I wonder what he's up to. And And obviously, it's gonna start changing. It's gonna start changing. Thank you so much for your comment, Sarah. Trafini. Every single time. Trafini. Your pronunciation of Trafini is good. Louis is the same as the Hispanic Louis. It varies. Lou, like in Lumos, and is, as in is. So Louis. Louis, and yeah, Louis. Okay. I'm so sorry it's taken me so long. I thank you very much for that, because I think you knew it was coming as well. Greatly appreciated. The conversation between Harry and Dumbledore is probably my favourite part of this chapter. It adds a lot of their relationship. We had similar things in the previous books, but this time it wasn't included in the movie. No, like I keep saying, Dumbledore was barely in the movie. It's really quite bizarre. Make sure to remember Dumbledore's prediction that Harry and Pettigrew, it pays off eventually. I'd imagine it does, Lewis. That was like, I was like, oh, really? I was rattling my brain trying to work out what it could be, but my goodness. Time will tell, I guess. Ron checking with Crookshanks if the new I was trustworthy, and Harry threatening the Dursleys was serious at the end is hilarious. It was brilliant. Now to end with a question. Not general knowledge, is it? We know that the movies can't go on forever. So a lot of things have to get cut or just glanced over. So what do you want to see with the more detail in the next book that you think the movie couldn't give enough time to in the next book? That is a difficult question, Lewis. That is a difficult question. Obviously more Cedric stuff. Cedric hanging out with them at the World Cup, I'm hoping actually happens. The World Cup. The Weasleys, life with the Weasleys, always a pleasure. Cho is in Goblet, isn't she? Yes, of course she is. She's at the dance with Cedric. It's going to be Cedric, isn't it? I'm sitting here like it's not going to be Cedric. I think it's going to be Cedric, but that is a difficult question. What Cedric is like as a human being, rather than a rival to Harry, because that's he just kind of comes off as a rival to Harry, doesn't he? But just yeah, that's always going to be my answer. Thank you so much, Lewis. Thank you so much for the pronunciation thing as well. Grace. Hi, Veggie. So the first thing I remember was that I hate with every fibre of my being, it's not my videos, is it? That Snape outs Lupin as a werewolf. I believe that after his transformation, Lupin would have already felt guilt enough to resign. The way he words it in the book, absolutely. Snape was ensuring that Lupin may never get another job, since we already know that no one wants to hire a werewolf. Absolutely. I have no idea what he goes to do now, guys. Seriously. Unless he gets in contact with Black somehow. Or Black gets in contact with Lupin. That would be the smartest thing for Black to do, wouldn't it? Also, Harry talks with Dumbledore in Lupin's office foreshadows a lot. Not to mention, with them both Lupin's and Sirius's emotional talks from the movie in there. Yeah, very true. Speaking of Sirius, that letter he sent with Ron's new owl is so heartwarming. He thinks about all three of the kids here, and it always makes me smile. Does it say anything about Hermione? I think it no, Crookshanks, of course it did. And Uncle Vernon's reaction to Harry's new godfather, lol. I guess Harry did get to see the look on his face when they found out about Sirius. As for the whole book, this is one of my favourites, mostly because we take a break from Voldemort and meet several new key characters. Absolutely, it certainly is refreshing, isn't it? In fact, I remember in Chamber thinking, oh, they're doing Voldemort again? Honestly, I didn't think that Voldemort would be... I thought he'd be an occasional villain, but yeah, I didn't realise he's going to be a, ever-present one. We get to see more... I think I jump forward. And meet several new characters. I'm very excited for Goblet of Fire since it is one of my favourite books, but my least favourite movie. This is a trend, isn't it? We get to see a lot more of Percy, who is actually one of my top favourite characters. Grace, I'm with you. Already I'm with you. I also happen to have a lot more suggestions for reacting material. For example, if you haven't already seen, I think Stranger Things would be an awesome show to react to, or an animated Hobbit or Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. I haven't seen Stranger Things. I know very little about it. I know it's very 80s, isn't it? I don't know if it's actually set during the 80s, but it's meant to be like a hark back to E.T. and stuff like that, you know? Aside from that, I don't... Is the girl who plays Sansa in it? No, she's an X-Men, isn't she? I think she's... I don't know. No, I don't know. I know very little about Stranger Things, so I'd like to get to it. Obviously, it's been so quiet lately, Grace, and so I'm sorry that it's taken me so long to get to even to reply to this. Animated Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, I'm all over. I'd have to ask what the best versions, the most appropriate versions for a reaction would be, but I would love to see them. Anyway, I wish you all the best, and I hope you have a great day. Grace, thank you so much. That was a lovely comment. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you so much for the suggestions as well. Stranger Things is something which other people have recommended to me before, actually. So, you're in good company. However, I've reached the end of Prince of Azkaban at last. We've reached the end of Prince of Azkaban at last. This seems like a good spot to finally explain why I don't like Remus Lupin. I don't want to get into it before because I was worried about possible spoilers. That's fair. During the conversation in the Shrieking Shack, Lupin confessed that he had known the whole time that Black was an animagus and had been using his ability to sneak into the castle, but he never told this crucial information to Dumbledore. Why? In Lupin's own words, because I was too cowardly. It would have meant admitting that I betrayed the trust while I was at school, admitting that I led others with me. Chapter 18. See, I don't remember that line, but obviously because that's the second, at least like the third time I think it's been brought up in this book club. To me, this confession is absolutely horrifying. I'm honestly baffled how Lupin remains so many people's favourite characters after admitting it. Well, flawed characters are very popular, I'll say that. Also, you say that he knew that Black was entering and exiting the castle. Did he? Obviously, we're talking about via the Marauders map, because I thought the first time that he noticed Black with Harry was when it was all kicking off, and so he then rushed to it. But then he obviously saw Pettigrew's name as well, so I could be wrong. I'll also say this about your comment about favourite characters. Morality often doesn't come into favourite characters and everything. There's a I think I must have mentioned it a billion times. There is a movie, an indie movie, starring Richard E. Grant, and oh no, what was the name of the Doctor on the Doctor Who movies? That actor, Paul McGann. A movie which I love called Withnail and I, in which the main two characters are the lowest scumbags. They're racist. They're homophobic. They're sexist. They take a lot of things that they shouldn't be taking. I mean, they are absolute scumbags. But the movie is still very entertaining, and their characters are very, very interesting. So people don't choose their favorite characters regarding who the most moral is, because that would mean that there'd only be very few favorite characters. Lupin sincerely believes that Black was a mass murderer determined to finish off Harry. He also believed that Black was had murdered 12 innocent people before, just because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. That means that in Lupin's mind, Black didn't pose any danger to Harry, but to everyone unlucky enough to cross Black's path. And yet Lupin decided to protect his own reputation. It's not reputation, it was shame, isn't it? Was more important. I feel like you've twisted the words a little bit by using the term reputation. It's not like Fudge saying, "Oh, this is going to be embarrassing for my reputation." He basically said that. It's not the same as with Lupin. Is more important than protecting students' lives. How selfish is this? Willing to risk children's lives to be able to avoid an unpleasant conversation. This guy's moral compass is seriously askew. Well, I mean, I feel like I worded it in a more diplomatic way earlier on, where I say that Lupin absolutely should have just done it, absolutely. But I know you're a Snape fan, and so this is why I prefer Snape to Lupin. I would imagine Snape has got to be a lot more people's favourite character than Lupin. Anyway, I should continue. On a superficial level, Lupin seems like a much nicer guy, but when it comes to the things that really matter, Lupin was willing to sacrifice Harry's life for his own selfish interests. So why did he go to save him then? If he was willing to sacrifice Harry's life, why didn't he sacrifice Harry's life? Sirius sacrificed everything. Snape sacrificed everything he had, including his reputation, to protect Harry and the rest of Hogwarts. I think it's a bit unfair to put characters against each other, particularly Lupin and Snape, in fact. But if that's how you process these characters, and that's fine. I do feel like I'd be surprised if anyone chooses their favourite character purely on who the most moral is. That would be a weird way of looking at it. Yeah, but if that's how you denote your favourite characters from something, then that's your call. It's completely your choice. Thank you very much for your comment, Howard. Sorry that I couldn't reply to it all individually, but it was bordering on being a little bit long, so I wanted to just make a couple of little notes on it. Thank you so much for that, Martin. Crookshanks took the broom order to the Owl office for Sirius. For Sirius? Sorry. Even if the Wizard Post office is automated by magic, or the staff's commitment to ask no questions is incredible. I would imagine that owls are often sent to the post office to deal with their masters, I was going to say, their owner's business. So sending animals in probably isn't that unusual, maybe. The film of this is very good, one of the best, but I don't like the ending. I know, Mike. I'd love to hear the reasoning behind it. I guess because they're running long, maybe. Seems hurried, and Harry flying away on the broom with joy after missing out on life with Sirius and losing his favourite teacher felt odd. I know, in the book it really puts over the fact that Harry is gutted about Lupin leaving. Not so much in the movie. Book captured the mood much better. Sad to go back to the Dursleys, but looking forward to Hogsmeade after Sirius's note and the Quidditch World Cup. Yes, and I'm hoping he gets to spend some time at the Weasleys as well. Not just like one night, but some good time. Martin, great comment, greatly appreciated. I should also say Howard's comment here is it's got 23 replies, and so obviously there's like a good discussion going on in there. Katrina. Hi Veggie. Edit. Sorry for the format. I'm on my phone and not at home on PC right now, and the change in line tool thingy isn't working. That's fine. I'm catching up with some of the previous fears. This is my first comment. Katrina, thank you so much. I don't know why I keep on doing this when the first comment comes out, but Katrina, welcome. This is my first comment, but I'm not really here yet. Just as an afterthought of the book, taking a moment to say a couple of things about Prisoner of Azkaban. First, can we take a moment to think about Ron, the 13-year-old boy, and his trauma finding out that the fully grown 30-year-old adult has been sleeping with him. That's a fair way of putting it. And he might have actually witnessed. And what he might have actually witnessed. Oh my... Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that must have been awkward. You would like to think that Pettigrew, Scabbers, when he may sense that something... That when Ron's got it going on. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Okay, let's put it more diplomatically. Katrina, what have you done? Okay, so when Pettigrew thought that a situation may be going where privacy may be required, he would leave the room. Because Ron isn't like... It's not like Scabbers is always with Ron. There are going to be scenes where, you know, Scabbers is going to be doing his own thing. So I would imagine that, you know, Peter Pettigrew's commitment to kayfabe wouldn't go... This wrestling term again. Wouldn't go as far as to just think, well, if I'm just a rat, then I wouldn't be thinking that anything odd is going on right now, so I'm just going to sit here. Oh, Katrina, what have you done to my book club? I'm hoping that's what you meant. If that isn't what you meant, and I've made it weird, I apologise. Which reminds me, as far as we know, Snape didn't know Wormtail was a Death Eater. And there's another thing. Okay, so to not spoil, let's just say reasons yet unmentioned. No, Wormtail was a Death Eater. I've never thought about that. I'm not going to think too much about it, though, because it sounds like it may have something to do in the future on. But that's a very good point. A very interesting point. Also, regarding Sirius and his prank, and many things to come regarding his character from now on, let's take a moment here to think that he was like 20 when he went to prison. The mental maturity of a 20-year-old plus 12 years living among Death Eaters, that is not going to result in a healthy 32-year-old. That, let's be honest, that is absolutely true. Hence why he may have said about, you know, it doesn't matter if Snape got killed. Lastly, the Snape debate. The only thing I would like to mention relative to the entire book, let's realise and remember that Snape is a teacher only because Dumbledore wants him to be. He is not fit to teach, but he is still there to play a role in Dumbledore's puppet show. So, if you have any problems with Snape's teaching methods, take your concerns to the headmaster. No, I'm absolutely... Katrina, I completely agree with that sort of thing. It's always the person in charge's fault, you know? Yeah, I went to a shop yesterday, and... on a Sunday, and there were 4 staff members in there doing nothing but moaning. They were just complaining and moaning to themselves. One of the staff members was right basically in the doorway, vaping outside. That's a nice look for your shop. The fact is, they're being allowed to do it. And so I'm not angry at them. I'm angry at the management who thought that is acceptable or are leaving these people unsupervised to do it. That's always my philosophy when it comes to this sort of thing. So yeah, if you got a problem with Snape's teaching methods, guys, you gotta have a problem with Dumbledore. You actually do, guys. You actually do. I like that. I like that take. Oh yes, and the detail that may forget about the passage of the Shrieking Shack. It does not have an exit point. Its only entrance and exit is the Whomping Willow, so Black would not have been able to get to the castle from there. Hence, no one needed to watch. Oh, that's that's fascinating. That's very interesting. Thank you for that, Katrina. Overall, Prince of Azkaban was my first immersion into the series. It it's when I got hooked, really. So you had read the other ones previous, then I guess maybe. From now on, it's a ton of new information, and I can't wait to hear your comments and thoughts on the first chapter, and then the ones after that. I can't wait to see your reaction to the new side plots and information. Love and greetings from Greece. Thank you so much, Katrina. Great comment. I'm so sorry if I took aspects of it in a way which you didn't mean. But that was awesome though. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your first comment, and the format actually wasn't too bad. Embren. Hi Veggie, been a while. And it has, Embren. How have you been? Got nothing to say really for the last chapter, so we'll instead answer 2 questions you made during the book, and was advised to wait in the comments to wait until the end. Thank you, Embren. Filch, oh here we go. Filch is the one who repairs and repairs the paintings. I imagine because he's that bad naturally at magic, he can put all his focus into fixing the Muggle way, hence being an expert. Maybe us spellotape. Maybe you spellotape for it. Ron used it for his wand, yeah, of course, and it needs magic to repair. Obviously, a panel sellotape. Absolutely. You wondered about the decrease diseased person who faced Drawnley's. You wondered about the deceased person whose face Drawnley covered while Pravati grieving beside her after the battle of Hogwarts in the last film. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I got completely confused. But yeah, you're talking about the movie now. The Deathly Hallows. This won't be covered in the book, so no spoiler. It isn't the twin sister Padma. Her whereabouts then unknown. It was a teacher called Camilla. You could see her sitting behind Drawnley at the teacher's table. Unspecified what she taught, but seeing both in tears, she likely a part of the astronomy department. Very interesting. In hindsight, would have been better if it was Lavender getting covered up, being the only student. We get a separate death scene on the movie, and Hermione, of all people, failed to rescue her. Would have been more impactful. And Hermione, of all people, failing to rescue her would have been more impactful. Lavender adored divination taught by Drawnley just as much as the Patel sisters, and her best friend with them. I don't remember the scene. I remember that we do get a scene where Lavender dies in the movie, but I'd have to rewatch it though. Looking forward to book 4, my favourite by a mile. Will be present for all the discussions for sure there. Embren, thank you so much. Lovely to see you again. And thank you so much for holding off those points as well, just in case of spoilers and everything. Greatly appreciated, Embren. That really is. Logan. Ha, Veggie. I like how this book strengthens Harry's and Hermione's relationship. She was obviously unable to help much in the last book, being all petrified. In this book, however, she was able to risk her life and break the law to help Harry and her friendship. Risk her friendship. There was a lot of character development for both characters, absolutely. Also, I'd like to thank you for these book clubs. I'm a boxer, and before my fights, is this going to be a backhanded compliment? I'm a boxer, and before my fights, I watch your videos to calm my nerves. I'm really going to say to make you angry. People are always shocked when I say the real reason why I am so calm 30 minutes into a fight. It's always funny when people ask what song I'm listening to, and as I'm warming up, and I say no songs, just Veggie ranting about Hufflepuff losing the Quidditch match. Oh my goodness, Logan. That is an amazing comment. If you'd given me a million years, I would have never guessed that someone getting ready for a boxing match would listen to my book reviews. That's amazing. Logan, thank you so much. It did sound like you were winding up for an insult there, though. So yeah, I watch it. I listen to yourself just for boxing because it makes me punch the person even harder. Amazing, Logan. That is made me laugh. I greatly appreciate it. And good luck in the ring as well. That's amazing. Harry Potter, Potter, damn it, Harry Potter. As a primarily book reader, I see the movie as a really long trailer for the book. I know exactly what you mean. You know what? It's like Danganronpa, the video game. The first Danganronpa game is very good. And the anime series, it can only be enjoyed by someone who knows the game, because it just skips over way too much. And so watching the anime, the Danganronpa 1 anime, because there is another anime which has nothing to do with this, it's soulless without having played the game first, and so it's like a bonus, you know. So I see exactly what you mean. As it shows a lot of scenes with beautiful visuals and music, but it doesn't tie them together like the book does in a satisfactory way. Not explaining the marauders Patronus is just insane, when I feel like it's a big point in the story is Harry getting to know his father's friends, and as Dumbledore beautifully said in this chapter, find his father inside him. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when we got to that part in the book. I really couldn't. Several other things like Crookshanks, Quidditch, Firebolt, etc. are present in the movie, but the storylines don't get completed. This is why it's so interesting to hear your thoughts as you learn more of the story from the book. It would be awesome if you continued with the next book too, as I feel like the book exclusive story just began. That's what I'm hearing about Goblet of Fire, Harry. But yeah, you're right. I completely see what I mean. Like that's what that. Yeah, I feel like that's a good. I guess book readers, if they see the movie, it's as like an addition, like a reward, rather than a retelling of the story. You might be able to accept it a little bit easier, maybe. But yeah, I like your trailer analogy. Thank you so much for your comment. Kate! Hi, bitch! Possibly an unpopular opinion. I love this book, but one thing I'm not a fan of is the whole time traveling aspect. A lot of people don't like time travel in stories, guys. It feels like a very forced plot device to create more questions than answers. From Hermione's schedules to questions like, why can't we just go back and kill baby Voldemort? I feel like you can't change time with time travel. That's how I interpret it in here. But then again, people have done it in the past, though. Oh, it's tough. It's tough, Kate. And like I say, a lot of people don't like time travel in general anyway. I haven't read any of the Red Dwarf books, but apparently there is one where Lister, the main character, is asked if you could go back in time and kill Hitler as a baby, would you do it? And I think it's Lister, and Lister's reply is no, because as a baby I wouldn't be able to kill Hitler. I probably told that quite badly. Okay, no. Lister said no, because if I was a baby, I wouldn't be able to kill Hitler. There we go. It's a play on words, guys. It's a play on words. JKR tried to write time travel as a closed loop, but I don't think she spent enough time thinking what consequences for the story might create. I think she understood it herself, as the whole time travel aspect doesn't come up at all anymore in Harry Potter, unless you count Cursed Child, which I've heard a lot of people don't. I've heard a lot of people don't count Cursed Child. Anyway, awesome book, and now on to It is strange that it's the third story, and then it's never brought up again. But yeah, very interesting comment, Kate. Greatly appreciated. John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you mentioned in your last book chapter review that you thought Pettigrew was too evil or something. I think that what it probably was, John, is that I don't like the representation of immoral people to be represented in their physical appearance. In the same way that Harry is in Harry's mind, obviously, because it's all from Harry's mind. All the Slytherin girls are always not attractive in his eyes. You know what I mean? The fact that the marauders are generally good-looking people, apart from the one who turns out to be the criminal. You know. There's a better example. Who am I thinking? I'm forgetting someone, but where someone's appearance is. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's probably what you're referring to. But let's continue your comment. Not every villain has to be sympathetic. Even in real life, there are plenty of evil people with no redeeming qualities. Also, not every character Harry dislikes has unflattering description. Gilderoy Lockhart and young Tom Riddle are described as good-looking. Similarly, Mrs. Weasley, a person Harry is fond of, is described as a plump. That's interesting. Yeah, I think you're probably right, John. I'm probably a bit biased on it. I don't know if there are people with no redeeming qualities. I mean, it depends what you mean by redeeming. You know, as in, there are people who are such bad people that even if they have good sides to them, it doesn't redeem them for their bad sides. But I don't feel like everything that anyone is completely 100% evil. I don't know. I'd had to find out what it is that you were referring to, what I said previously, but the unflattering descriptions, even though it's not exclusive, it does bother me. It does, guys. I don't like the judging people by their appearance, and I feel like that sometimes, not exclusively, but sometimes it can come off as that in Harry Potter. But I could be wrong though, and so John, I appreciate your comment. Thank you. Emma. Hi Veggie. In the previous book club, a couple of us mentioned Snape acting out of line, and you weren't sure what we were referring to. He did yell at Hermione for no reason, but I probably should have mentioned it shouldn't mention it until now. He acts unhinged, yells at students, and accuses them without evidence. His lines are all in caps. He yells at children and the minister. Are they all in caps? That's fascinating, because obviously I'm listening to the audiobook. On top of that, he purposefully outed Lupin to the entire community. Not his place. I think that a diehard Snape fan would say, yes, but Fudge wasn't doing anything, Dumbledore wasn't doing anything, no one else was going to do anything. But I'm with you. I don't like the fact that he did it. I really don't. I think it was vindictive why Snape did that. By the way, your comment is a bit chunky, but so I may not reply to each line like I normally do. I appreciate the honest talk between Harry and Dumbledore. Dumbledore stayed in the room, listened to Harry, and acknowledged his feelings. It's a shame the film cut this and several other moments between the two. Also, Dumbledore confirmed that Harry's Patronus is indeed a stag during the Quidditch match. It is a nice little detail. My perhaps favourite moment in the chapter is Harry receiving Sirius's letter, the permission slip, and the apology for frightening Harry at the beginning of the book, letting him know he bought the firebolt, and of course Harry moment. The line, "Please consider this 13 birthdays worth of presents from your godfather." Again, Sirius looks after Ron and gives him an out. Absolutely. The entire letter is just full of love, care, and genuinely good intentions. I love it. It is brilliant. And I particularly like the Ron thing, I must admit. And also the callback to the scare. One last thing. I understand what you meant when you said that technically 2 Muggles could have a Scrib child. Here we go. One, for all we know, Dudley could be a Squib. We know his aunt Lily had the gene, so even though the Evans family, oh yes, of course, the Evans family had been Muggles for generations, the gene had come from somewhere, so Dudley could possess it without anyone ever knowing. Although I'll admit he's not the best example, since Scribs can see Dementors like Filch and Miss Fig. That's a good point. And Dudley couldn't see them in the movie in movie 5. He's 100% a Muggle. Fun fact: and the fact that Miss Fig can see him, it's a good discussion, guys. Fun fact: JKR actually considered giving Dudley a magical Muggle-born child, but decided against it since any latent wizard genes would never survive contact with Uncle Vernon's DNA. Lol. Wow. Yeah, and that almost makes you think of Fantastic Beasts with Credence. Wow. Good stuff. Great comment, Emma. Thank you so much. It was Emma, wasn't it? It was, yeah. Gothic Llama. I just come back from vacation from Bulgaria, so I'm happy I managed to comment on time. I hope you had a nice time, Llama. The only thing I have to say about the last chapter is that it's so nice for Sirius to think about and send Harry a signed Hogsmeade permission so that he can finally go there with his friends, you know, legally. I remember when I watched the later film as a child, and I wondered how exactly did Harry manage to get to Hogsmeade, since they made a big deal of it in the 3rd film. I think that at a certain age you're allowed to go anyway, aren't you? I'm not sure, but never explained it. Also, how did Black know that Harry cared that much about going to Hogsmeade? Or maybe he just presumed it, or maybe Lupin told him in a meeting which is off camera. Or maybe Dumbledore told him when he was talking to him in the cell, Flitwick's office. Good questions. Technically, Sirius is a guardian, so the signature is legit, and I wonder what was McGonagall's reaction when Harry gave it to her. Maybe they bypassed McGonagall. I know, it would have had to go to McGonagall. And of course, loved the remark about having a future godfather to Vernon. So sassy Potter strikes again. It is sassy Potter, absolutely. Yeah, good point about McGonagall. It would have had to go through her, wouldn't it? Bloomin' heck. Bloomin' heck. All in all, great book. My favourite along with Half-Blood Prince. But it's a pity they didn't include a lot of lore in the film, as it would be less confusing for people who haven't read the books. There are definitely a lot of questions and loopholes, aren't there, for just movie watchers. Question for Veggie. That's me. As it would be less confusing for people who haven't read the... Oh, sorry. Question for Veggie. As it's a long video, guys. Question for Veggie. As an only film watcher from this point, what can't you wait to be explained upon, learn more about in the 4th book? Now that is a great question. A similar question, but different to the earlier one. So I will give a different answer. So we said Cedric for the thing which I'm looking forward to hearing more about. To be explained. The lore behind the Wizard Cup. The Goblet of Fire, I should say. Yeah, because that kind of felt like it came out of nowhere. Explanation of the Death Eaters and Harry's first thought of them actually, like, appearing as they do. At least they do in the movie. The other schools, there's so much. There's so much. There really is. But I'm certainly looking forward to a lot of aspects of it. So, Great question, Gothic. I hope you had a lovely holiday in Bulgaria. And much appreciated. Moving on to Jonas. Hi, Veggie. Jonas, famous of the Cyborg. I'm very late again. This is 2 weeks ago you made this comment, so you're not late, Jonas. I'm late. But for the chapter or the last chapters in this general book, in the books, I love it that we have more of an end, and that feels like an end. In the movie, Harry just flies into the sky with his broom. Also, I like that Ron shows his new owl to Crookshanks. It's a great little detail. Hope you're doing well, Veggie, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this chapter and the book. Honestly, I can't wait for you to start a goblet. That's gonna be awesome. That's what I'm hearing, Jonas. That is absolutely what I'm hearing. I can't wait for it either. I've just checked, guys, and we're definitely pushing 5 hours. I think we're going to be going over 5 hours today. So thank you so much for sticking with me. What can we do for I don't know. Just start your comment with your favourite character from the book. So if you're watching this, which I presume you are if you're listening to me say that, and you've got this far, when you comment on the video, just start your comment with your favourite character, full stop, and then your comment. Don't say my favourite character is, just say the name of your favourite character from the book version of Prisoner of Azkaban, your MVP of the book, and then continue your comment without, as if you didn't just do that. So it'll show me how far people got through it, you know what I mean? Cute. So many brilliant little moments and tying up plot threads in this chapter. I think most have been mentioned already. It does a very good job. I feel like better than the previous two, actually. The last chapter, it feels very satisfying. Overall, this is probably my favourite book in the series. At least in the top 2. It starts giving story and sense of real personal history in depth. Harry and his sass grow so much, and Remus Lupin is of course fantastic. Personally, I always really enjoy the bits and pieces of the minor characters like Dean and Seamus discussing next year's Defense Against Dark Arts teacher and everyone's opinion of Sirius's escape. Absolutely. And also earlier on in the book, Lavender and Petty, their stuff is just gold. Anyway, love the videos, and I'm so excited for you to learn about all the things omitted from Goblet of Fire movie. Oh, it's going to be interesting. Thank you so much, Q. Greatly appreciated. Colin. Hey, Veggie. I don't know if this will make it. All I want to say is I can't wait for you to read the next book. It's probably my favourite in the series. Colin, you're fine. You know what, Colin? When I start doing the book club recording, I edit the title that starts saying closed. And so if it doesn't say closed at the top of the post, you're good to go. And quite frankly, you got your comment 2 weeks in before I actually got a chance to actually record this. And so I'm sorry for the wait, Colin, but greatly appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to your comments in the next book. Pumpkin, Sparks. Hey, Veggie. Thank you for being so kind with my last comment. I will keep this one short. That's okay, Pumpkin. Thank you very much. Now we finally got the answer how Sirius got the firebolt. When I read it for the first time, I must have been 13, 14. So the appropriate age for the characters. That explanation was satisfactory to me. From the first reread onwards, I felt it was a bit lazy explanation, though. Seriously. What are the security measures at Gringotts? Yeah, it's the Gringotts aspect. That's the only bit that bothers me. They must know their vault belongs to whom. When Sirius ordered the broom per owl order and sent it right to Hogwarts to Harry, they must have known that notorious madman, murderer, and wizard, that word, I probably can say that word, but I try to avoid certain words on YouTube and everything. So I think I probably could say it, but that word. Just paid for a super expensive broom for Harry freaking Potter, or at least someone else has used his vault as well, which is just as bad for Gringotts. Shouldn't they alert the authorities? And if they don't have ways to verify the owner of the vault, then everyone should just say any vault number and pay with other people's money. Either way, their security is lacking, in my opinion. There is something wrong with that, isn't it? It's specifically the vault aspect that bothers me. I do love the ending though. Sirius showing his thoughtful and caring side in the letter, Ron getting his own quality eccentric, maybe? I'm dyslexic, guys. That's the first time I mentioned dyslexic. I'm 5 hours in. Ow. Seriously, is moments in the next book are golden. I can't wait. Ron asking Crookshanks if it's actually an owl. It's just a really sweet ending, in my opinion. No, absolutely, Pumpkin. I completely agree. It's a really nice, satisfying ending. And the fact that they're all friends again and everything is just... Considering what they've gone through this blooming year. Particularly Hermione. And Harry, to be fair. And Ron. Everyone. Gary, not Jerry. Dumbledore knew that Buckbeak had escaped when he told Harry and Hermione to rescue him. Do you think he had already figured out that it was them? What about Sirius? Do you think Dumbledore already knew that Harry and Hermione had rescued Sirius before he asked them to? I feel like there is a chance that Dumbledore has some sort of Marauders map ability himself. And so he can tell where people are and what they're doing and so on and so forth. So I think it's very possible that he knew the entire outcome. And just had to open the door for them to do it. Well, lock the door, as I should say. So excited about doing Goblet of Fire. So Dumbledore would assume that there's 2 Rons and Hermiones and so on. So excited about doing the Goblet of Fire. So much of the book is not in the movie. It's basically a different story. Also, squibs and muggles. I think you made an error in your typing there. You didn't put aren't. Right. Thank you very much, Gary. Thanks. Great comment. Greatly appreciate it. Jess, first comment. Jess, thank you so much. But I've been watching and loving since the beginning. Thank you so much, Jess. I absolutely love your attention to detail, as well as comments and points you have made that I haven't thought of before. Thank you. I appreciate it. There are some things I love in the movie more than the books, and vice versa. And was curious about your opinion. Yeah, there are definitely things I prefer more in the movies. I love this scene with Lupin talking about Lily. And that never came out, did it? There are definitely things that the movies did very well, guys. That added, I should say. 1. Pro movie. I actually really like that they confuse you with the jailbreak. Oh yeah, of course that didn't happen. Harry getting hit in the head, Hermione thinking she saw something in the woods, and the wolf howl. Of course that didn't happen either. Which all pay off when they go back in time. I was bummed it wasn't actually a part of the book. Yeah, but it's a good addition though. 2. Pro book. It made my heart so happy when Sirius gifted the owl to Ron, and that Ron made sure Crookshanks approved him. It shows us how Ron really does value Hermione's opinion. There we go, absolutely. It is very sweet. 3. Pro movie. Sirius is one of my favourite movie characters, but not so much in the books. They actually gave Sirius a lot of the lines other characters spoke in the books, which made him more lovable. This is even more evident later, especially 5. Now this is interesting, guys, because obviously Dumbledore got some lines, but not just the lines, but also the... I just feel like Lupin was given some... No, sorry. Sirius was given some of Lupin's... I don't know, guys. Lupin was so in control in the Shrieking Shack in the book. But he's kind of... He's not at the forefront of the conversation in the movie, is he? Very interesting that this continues later on in the books as well, though. Particularly 5. 4, pro book. I love the explanation of the Marauders' backstory and how Sirius escaped from Azkaban. They made such a big deal about him escaping, but never explain how. It was a real shame that wasn't included in the movie. Yeah, absolutely. It did. Even if it didn't show it, it could have just had... It could have just said something like, Dementors are good at hunting, at keeping an eye on humans, not so much dogs. Or something, just like a little line like that. But when do you add it in, though? Lastly, I can't remember if someone mentioned this already, but Trelawney was right at the Christmas dinner. She said 13 dying together, the first arise is the first to die. Before she sat down, they were already 13, since Scabbers was in Ron's pocket. Dumbledore stood up when Trelawney came, making him the first to rise at the table of 13, and he was the first to die. It's definitely something which we've discussed before, but that detail about Crookshanks is awesome. So the fact they were 13 beforehand, because the thing is, at the end of the meal, it doesn't say who stood up first. In fact, I think McGonagall is actually mocking Trelawney about that, wasn't she? It's a great detail, guys. It really is. Jess, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you first comment, and thank you very much for your kind words, and hope to see you in future book clubs as well. So I just remembered that Georgia has sent me a DM comment for the book club. So it won't be appearing up here, but I'll be reading it out, guys. I'm going to do it now just because I'm worried that I'm going to forget if I leave it till the end. In future, I should really do it before I start the book club. But if you want to send me a DM, because you don't... If you prefer to have your comments so they're just being read by me rather than having discussion with other people, then you can send me a DM on the Patreon, guys, for me to do that. And George has done it here, and so thank you so much, Georgia. I've kind of been checked out recently, not keeping up with the latest couple of book reviews. I promise I will catch up ASAP. That's fine, don't worry. So I'll keep it brief and non-specific since I'm out of the loop. This is the first significantly conclusive to me. I find that Prince of Azkaban is where the books really become a series. Is comparable to Buffy the Vampire Slayer Series 2 to me. Something really shifts with both stories in Season 2 and previous Prince of Azkaban. As with Buffy, it begins to establish icon status, and it's only up from there. I just had to read that before I read it out loud, just in case if it had any Buffy spoilers. I should say, guys, if you do DM me your comments for the book clubs, and I'm sure Georgia has done this, make sure they don't have any spoilers for future books, because when you put them in the post here, people will reply saying, "Oh, by the way, that's a spoiler, can you get rid of that?" Whereas if you DM me, there's no one to do that. So I'm sure that Georgia hasn't done that. I thought I just mentioned that. Also, I only just realised the weird implications of Snape outing Professor Lupin and his conclusion. If it means to be an allegory for homosexuality, because werewolves are distrusted due to having a dangerous condition, particularly where being responsible for young children. Something to think about. Lovey Veg, hope you and Wee Woozle are fair as well. Yeah, I agree, Georgia, and also there is the HIV aspect of it as well, where particularly in the movie, more than in the book, there is this whole... The fact that he says people like me, we're used to it and everything like that. Whereas in the book, he's saying, I agree with the parents that will be writing in saying that this can't happen. It can't be allowed to happen again. It does continue on from here. Forgot to add that I very much see Sirius stuck as the age he was imprisoned. You know what? That is a great point. I think he still sees Snape at this point where he was an active Death Eater, following an evil murderer responsible for the deaths of people he loved, cared about. Still doesn't excuse his behaviour before that, though. Well, that's the thing, yeah. The Snape that's saying it doesn't matter if Snape was killed is the one who has gone through a hell of a lot. So maybe Black wouldn't have been like that before he went to Azkaban, but we will never know, though. Georgia, thank you so much for your comment. If there were any other DM ones, guys, I apologise, but I'm pretty sure it was Georgia. If there were any others, I'll make sure that I read them at the start of the next one, but I think that it was just Georgia. I always ask you to start your comments with book review, so then in my DMs I can see where they are, so I don't need to click on them until I'm ready to actually address them, and so that's why. So thank you so much for your comment. So where were we? We just did Jess's comment, didn't we? So Liz just had to laugh when Fudge says that Snape is a little crazy when he goes off on one Harry about Sirius, lol. And the bit where Fudge says that Harry will thank him one day, etc., makes my blood boil. I always scream inside my head, but you won't even listen. How are you not making the things up? Absolutely. Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, Fudge is always like a very Fudge's opinion of Harry is fascinating, guys. It really is. I do feel like he sees him as a tool to cover up his own uselessness. I don't know if that's fair, actually. But Fudge's reaction to Snape was very telling, though. No, it just baffles me how the Minister can trust Snape, a former Death Eater, over Harry Potter, who is 13, 14, and knows his own mind, Almost 6-year-old and 3-year-old boys know exactly what they want. Not saying they get it, they're still young children, haha. But then again, I was scoffed at the time as a teenager, so maybe because of my own experiences, I believe teenagers can be trusted and tell the truth. No, absolutely, Liz, but also that the Fudge is under the belief that Harry and Hermione have been cursed or jinxed, isn't he, as well? So there's that added extra to it. But also there is, in all these books, it does feel like there is a child versus adult aspect going on, you know, but going both ways. Yeah, definitely going both ways. Just want to give those few thoughts in before you close the book club, and to tell you to take care of yourself. We are here to support you. If you need to take time away from the videos, then take it. We will be here when you get back, and the job's going great. I don't know if you remember the last book club comment. Haha, Liz, I remember you saying that you'd got a new job, hadn't you? So that's fantastic. I'm really delighted for you. That's awesome. That it's going well. And this was from 7 days ago, so it was probably like after I'd posted like a little thing about, you know, my situation and everything. I appreciate it, Liz, but at the same time, I can't be keeping you waiting this long, and so I am sorry, and I will endeavour to avoid doing that in the future. But Liz, thank you very, very much for your comment, and I'm so glad that the job is going well. Caddick's comment's been deleted, so I'm guessing someone said, "Hey, by the way, that could be a spoiler." I'm guessing that's what's happened here. But Caddick, it's always a pleasure to see your comments, and so I look forward to seeing you next time. Unless you did just say deleted. There's always a chance. There's always a chance. Said 4 hours and 21 minutes. Yes, even with one chapter. Zed, we're well past that. Everything else has been covered by others. Thanks for the review. Looking forward to the next book. Yeah, Zed, I think we must have broken 5 hours by now. It's around there, though. It's around there. Okay. I guess I could just call you Basu, but I will attempt to Nilolit Batsu. I don't Batsu. I don't know how to say your full name, but it's a beautiful looking name. But Batsu, if it's okay, I'll call you that. I think I might be too late for the book club. No, you're not. I did see this title. No, like I say, if the post doesn't say close at the top, you're good. And although you were only a day in, so nice work. I think I might be late for the book club, so I'll make a quick point about the Marauders Snape dynamic. Yes, bullying is terrible. It looks terrible when 4 extremely talented wizards bully a single classmate, and that powerful dynamic makes people sympathetic with Snape, and rightfully so. However, I like the approach that you've made here, Basu, because that's where I am at. I'm afraid that, you know, as bad as a person can be, bullying bothers me. It really does, and so I like that intro. However, think about the power dynamic between a teacher and a 11-year-old kid. Absolutely. What about the power dynamic between Snape and Harry in the first potions lesson? What about Snape and Neville, Hermione, Ron, and countless other students who never discovered their love of potions because this man-child was their potions master? That's an interesting take. So, do you reckon, this is interesting, do you reckon he gives Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff a hard time as well? Or is it specifically or mostly potent, most potent, ironic for potions? Is it more potent when it's Gryffindor? His treatment of the students. Because we've never seen him do a class for Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, have we? I've never thought about that before. Would he be as bad? Or is it Gryffindor that he has the problem with? Is it the fact that Harry's there, so he's just angry at everyone? Because the thing is, he is lenient towards his own Slytherins as well. So not only are Slytherins more likely to do better anyway, but as you so rightly say, the students are less likely to ever want to do potions because of the way that they're treated. I've never thought about that aspect before, but that's so true. But also, yeah, the way that he treats Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Because obviously Snape, I believe, wanted to be in Gryffindor, not only because of Lily. Yeah. So is it a resentment from that? This whole house thing, guys, it's tribalism. And, you know, we had houses at school, but it wasn't like this, you know? It's very bad. And when the teachers are involved with it, that's when it's seriously bad. Serious. My point is, just because Snape isn't the worst person in the story, or one of the cowardly people in the story, it doesn't make him a hero. Dumbledore had to manipulate his obsession, yes, obsession, not love, of Lily to bring out an iota of heroism in this man. You don't think he loved her? That's very interesting, Basu, because that is the first time I've seen that. Very interesting. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on the future tellings of the story. Goes, like I say, that is the first time I've heard that, and so that is a fascinating take. Thank you for that. Anyway, cannot wait for Goblet, which is the most complicated plot in the book. Oh, God. I'm gonna screw this up, aren't I? Thanks for everything, Veggie. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for using your surname, but great comment, and that was a lot of food for thought. And that thing about obsession, not love. I know some book readers that would disagree with you, but I'm very interested. Now, if you agree, guys, let me know in the comments, because I would love to see that. And obviously, if you disagree, please be respectful to people that do agree, guys. I know that it's very emotive, this stuff, but I just love hearing different people's opinions. And so, if someone has an opinion that you disagree with, it's fine, guys. It's fine. If people didn't have different opinions, there wouldn't be this series. And you're telling me that you could live without a 5-hour video of me talking about wrestling and stuff, intermittent with a little bit of Harry Potter. To be fair, I didn't talk about it for that long. It's a good video, guys. Honestly, because things have been so rubbish lately, having that to just sit down and just watch for an hour and a half every now and then was an absolute godsend. If you end up watching the Unreality of Pro Wrestling, it's a YouTube video, I should have said. The Unreality of Pro Wrestling. If you end up watching that, let me know in the comments, guys, because I love it. I think it's brilliant, and it covers the Roman Reigns story in a very good way. I don't agree with all of it, because I feel like I feel like Roman Reigns was clearly improving significantly when the fans were still just completely ruining his push. A push is when his promotion, you know what I mean? I guess it's about way we're putting it. Enough waffle about wrestling, guys. Ow, my finger still hurts. It's Charisse. Thank you so much, Charisse, for the pronunciation, because I messed it up last time, I remember as well. Great thumbnail, by the way. Oh no, sorry, you haven't got your tongue out. Okay. I don't even know it's you. Right. I think that Snape and Sirius are so similar. I agree. And I believe this is even more apparent in later books. They both seem to be people who cannot get past their high school years. In many ways, I feel that both their lives ended on the night that the Potters were murdered. It's easy to look at actors like Gary Oldman and Alan Rickman and forget that canonly, the characters they were portraying were only around 21 years old. Yeah, older. Sorry. That fateful night, they had only been out of Hogwarts for 3 to 4 years. That's a crazy way of mentioning it, Charisse. Of measuring it. That's so true. In the book, they're in their early 30s. I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on their characters as you go deeper into the story. Also, I can't wait for you to get to Goblet of Fire. It's so different from the movie. In my humble opinion, it's one of the best books in the series. Charisse, you are not alone. Lots of people have said that there. So great comment, greatly appreciated, and you got in with 21 hours to go to round off our book club. Guys, thank you so much for taking part in this. I absolutely appreciate every single comment, seriously. Like I said last time, with certain comments that are particularly long, sometimes I may not be able to give that much of a reply to. You may have noticed that some comments I did give time to, which were longer. They tended to be the ones where it's like the person's first comment, and so I fully understand. I would be. You should see my YouTube comments, guys. I am terrible because I make a lot of comments on YouTube, guys. I basically live on YouTube, and my comments, I'm like thinking, oh, I'll make a quick comment. Finish. It's like a huge paragraph, and I didn't even realize it. So yeah, I know what it's like. And so whenever I say, "Oh, it's a bit long," I really don't want to sound like I'm being rude, guys. I really don't, because I appreciate your comments, guys. I really do. And as you can see, it says closed there. And so anyone wondering if you made it in time, that's how you can tell. So, and I did that, mid-video today, and so you all got in. I hope if I was sent any other DMs once, guys, I apologize. But like I say, if you start your comment, when you DM me, if you have your comment ready and copy and paste it into there, and you start it off by saying book club and then the comment, that will be at the top of my notifications. If you then make another comment, then that will be at the top of the notification. So if you do have to make two, then always start it with book review, and then I'll know that it is a book review. So like if you do one paragraph, enter, send, and start the next paragraph with book review as well. Just then I know that, or just do it in one message, in one send, because that would be the best way of doing it. I'm not making any sense, guys. I'm just tired. These videos are long, but I'm so glad that you guys enjoy it, and I'm so sorry for the long wait on this one, guys. But we have finished Prisoner of Azkaban. That's a weird feeling. What a great story. Poor Hermione. I hope she is. At least she goes. I hope. I don't know. I don't know if she does go to the ball with the Bulgarian guy. But I hope that she has a nicer time next time, because she deserves it. After this. So different from in the movie. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been absolute joy. Thank you also so much for being a part of the book club. Even if you're not a part of the book club, guys, if you've gotten this far into the video, thank you so much. Your support is hugely appreciated. It gets me through so much. It really, really does. And so it's gotten me through these last few difficult weeks as well. And so you guys mean the absolute world to me. You really do. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I've been Veggie, and I'll see you next time. One chapter, and the video was over 5 hours. That's me.